Hey everyone, today is September 1st, 2024, and we are driving out deep into the wilderness to do a overnight camp at an abandoned prison out just the absolute middle of nowhere. We just ran over what's called a cattle guard. It's big grooves in the road so that moose and deer can't wander out onto the highway, which is completely fenced in up here, by the way. It's really cool. It keeps all those creatures off the major roads. Now we're on a paved road. We're not going to see any more vehicles probably. It's the middle of nowhere. We're going to hit a dirt road, which is going to degrade, get smaller. Potholes are going to get worse and worse until eventually we can't drive it anymore. Then in the morning we're going to set off on foot for about a 90-minute hike. Part of the road where the pavement ends. It's just going to get slowly worse from here, and eventually probably really muddy like the last time we were here. The truck's going to be filthy by the end of this. Behind me right now, I'm creating a massive dust cloud already. Alright everyone, we're already on the prison's property, which used to be 35,000 acres. Part of it right here is being used by the Canadian government for something. Doesn't look like too much activity, but there's no trespassing signs everywhere. And the property is huge. We're gonna have to walk at least an hour tomorrow on foot. And tonight we're gonna find a place to camp. There's a bunch of areas up here where there's always campers around and stuff. A bunch of free campsites. We'll just stay at one of those tonight. Now that we're a little bit further down the road, I just want to show you one of the free campsites that's not being occupied. There's a bunch of them like this on the road. See, there's a fire pit in the middle, room to set up tents or a camper. Right here, there's another campsite which is occupied with a camper. There's a little bit of pavement right here. This road looks like it was probably more paved back when the prison was open 50 years ago. There's another camper here, and some remnants of the old prison are still recognizable. You see the power lines and stuff here going out to the old prison, phone lines. The poles are still standing. The wires are all over the ground. Nothing's being used anymore as far as that. This road's gonna get more and more bumpy over the next half an hour or so. Starting to get some large potholes. There's another campsite here. Yeah, I can still see remnants of pavement. Back when we came out here in June to make an exploring video of the abandoned complex, this was all big muddy puddles. I guess it hasn't been raining that much. Completely dried up. Last time you could make a big splash. Very bumpy. I see more campers out here. So maybe we won't have to deal with all the flooded parts of the road on the hike in tomorrow that we had to walk through last time. The road's going to get tight again. So right up around here, I'm looking at the satellite map right now, and it looks pretty empty on the map, but back in the spring when we were out here, it was actually very full. There's an abandoned reservoir. I don't know what that used to do back in the day. Maybe it was just to irrigate crops, But the beavers back in the spring had clogged up the discharge and completely refilled the abandoned overgrown reservoir. It was so overgrown, couldn't even walk down onto the dam, but I could see from a distance that it was full again, and it was probably likely beavers. The road now is very rocky and bumpy. Getting even tighter out here. There it is, actually. Pretty much the same view I had in the spring. All that water's not supposed to be there. On satellite maps, it's just wide open. But I'm guessing the beavers clogged up and are repurposing this abandoned reservoir. We're out in the middle of nowhere, so for whatever reason, if that dam failed, that water would likely disperse enough before it would cause any damage to anything, being so far out. All right, here's an intersection. Bunch of different roads. To the right, there's a bunch of areas where they used to do military practice. It's all overgrown. None of the buildings are there anymore. And the road once again got even tighter. Yeah, it must have been dry. Driving through this tree tunnel here, back in the spring, this was a mud hole with like a foot of water in it. And it's all dried up. All right, here's some mud. Looks pretty deep. But nothing compared to the spring. All these mud holes were filled to the brim back in the spring. You see this one right here? At full capacity, this hole could fill with like 2 feet of water. That's what we drove through in the spring. Now there's barely any puddles. It's still a road that needs a lot of ground clearance. All these humps here are pretty bad. I know my old car wouldn't have made it down this kind of road, even dry. But this kind of place, if you ever come out here in a rainy part of the year, expect to drive through multiple feet of water. Getting tight again with another mud hole. The power lines I was mentioning might not have gone to the prison, because I recall that prison, the way it was laid out, looks like it produces its own power. I think this was for other outbuildings around the area. All right, now we're getting into a pretty big mud hole. Not too sticky. Don't even need the four-wheel drive. Very tight. Branches scratching up against the truck. Alright, we got another flood in here. Look at all the leaves dropping. Winter is coming. Here's another deep one. Would have been deep if it had been rainy. That was actually only a couple inches, even though it looked intimidating. Years ago, this was a barricade to stop people from coming in here. They dug a big ditch, and they even put up a fence. If you can see that orange construction fence on the left laying on the ground, poles are still standing, but over the years, ATVs have flattened it out that we can actually drive through the ditch that they created with an excavator. That was one attempt to stop people from coming in here all these years ago. Right here on satellite images, there is a building. It must have been very recently demolished. This was called Burwash Training Facility for the military, and now it's just an ATV course. You see people bring their ATVs here to go up the hills. You can tell this was originally a gravel pit, probably to maintain these roads. And over here, people have been target practicing. That's what all that is. I can feel myself bogging down a little bit because this is like driving on beach sand in here. And here's the way out. This part I gotta keep myself over a little bit or I'll bottom out on the crown of the road. Alright everyone, we have reached the end of the road. This is the last point we can take the truck. Some people are able to sneak ATVs across the railroad track, but we can't have any way to get across it except on foot. There's railroad tracks right there. That's why they blocked it off. That's why the road is no longer maintained, because they didn't want to maintain a railroad crossing for an abandoned prison. So we're gonna park here for the night. Now I see where some of the ATVs are getting through. All right, so here's where the ATVs are able to get through the water, up and over the railroad tracks. It's about to get dark. First thing in the morning we'll take off. You see they added all these random humps to try to prevent ATVs and people from driving, but it just doesn't work. Look how worn out that is right there from ATVs coming from down the railroad tracks to use this road. Now this road is another 3 or 4 mile walk. There's no train coming at the moment. If there was, those lights would be green. Take a look at these really cool telegraph poles slowly falling over in the swamp. Waiting for the sun to go down. Even this far north, still gets dark at 8:30 into the early September. It's not completely dark enough and we're bored just waiting at the vehicle for morning, but this is what some of the road looks like. This is why we need boots when we hike out there in the morning. And this right here where ATVs have been driving through, definitely active beavers building this, as every ATV destroys it going through. The train's about to be coming. The light finally turned green. Maybe we'll get some good footage of that before the sun sets. Finally, here's the train 10 minutes later. Maybe we'll be able to see this guy knock down the crossing. No, there's too much train in the way. But typically, the term knocking down a crossing means when the light goes from green and falls down to the red light below it. I'm pretty sure that train was empty. It didn't have many locomotives for its size. As soon as this train gets out of the way, it should be red, the signal now. Yeah, I can already see the reflection on the rail. Here we go. All right, everyone, it's just about completely dark now. The railroad's right next to us. There's a lot of mosquitoes in here. And right now we're in the back of the truck eating some oranges and some corn. All right, everyone, it's now completely dark. It's about 10 at night. That's the signal down there for the railroad you're seeing. And see you in the morning. Good night, everybody. Good morning, everyone. So, we woke up. It's about 46 degrees Fahrenheit this morning. We'll get to about 72 for the high. I hear another train coming in the distance. So let's get across these tracks. All right, everyone, 3 more miles. You're right, it is deeper than last time because of the beavers. Wow, that water got a lot deeper than when we were back here in the spring, and that's a big surprise because most of the mud holes on the drive-in had dried up. But this one right here, the beavers probably built the dam, making it so much deeper. The trail's in decent shape from the ATVs that travel it. Just looking at the trail, I'd say probably one ATV travels it for every day, mostly on weekends though. But we'll come across some even worse spots, probably because of the beavers. Right here in all this tall grass, you can see old fence posts, some barbed wire fence. Back when it was the prison camp farm. So back in the day, prisoners for minor crimes would come here to learn a farm trade, and in exchange for running the farm, growing stuff, raising animals, they would have a much reduced sentence. But about 50 years ago in the 70s, this place was closed down because that practice was considered inhumane, making prisoners work on a farm for some reason, even though it was a choice and they got lesser sentences for working on it and learning a valuable trade while in jail. They closed it down, and now all the fields are overgrown. You can tell every now and then they must come in here and mow it, but it's been probably a couple years. The place is currently selling for $299,000 Canadian, and the thing has tens of thousands of acres. And it comes with an abandoned building filled with asbestos. So what do you think? Is that human poop? I'm thinking it might be the bear because the corn in it, just the way it's shaped, it looks like it was dry, like animal feed corn that a bear got into. And a lot of times railroad companies ship it in hopper cars that leak it onto the tracks. I'm thinking that's bear poop because we've been seeing a lot of bear poop around. So we just gotta keep an eye out for the bears. The majority of our food is in cans. Yeah, it's gotta be the bear. That's dry corn. And look over there, the last time we're gonna be able to see the train, because now we're about to head off deep into the wilderness for over another hour. There was trains all night. It was kind of fun. And there's also somebody back there. We might have company at the prison, but the people following behind don't look like they're packed for the night like we are. And there's gonna be more barricades along this road to try to deter the ATVs, but they also didn't work. Or here's an old power pole going up there. That was likely a no trespassing sign, that piece of plywood, but it's since faded away. Yep, just went over more bear poop. But just in case of a bear encounter, I have bear spray, this one's a flashlight, and I have a machete just in case we need that kind of stuff. But today walking out here is much, much better than it was back in June. So far there are no deer flies, no annoying insects this time of year. Their life cycles are already over. Look at all these beautiful pastures. Now the trail's getting a little bit more grown in, and we're walking up a incline for probably the next 200 yards or so. Then we'll have a nice pleasant break going downhill in the shady woods. We're already working up a huge sweat despite it being upper 40 degrees, around 9 degrees Celsius. Look at that, everyone. There's a frog down there. And this trail does have a very concerning amount of bear poop. Look at this. Big flat area. Something was laying down here. Maybe the bear, maybe some deer. Already got some fall colors. Finally entering a nice shaded area. Cool and shady. Going down the other side of the hill. I think in about 5 minutes we're gonna come up across the first swamp, and we'll see if the road is still very flooded. Oh wow. What do you think that's from? That's a massive turd. Kind of looks like horse, whatever it was, it's been eating a lot of grass. Could be a strange looking moose poop. All right, everyone, we came across our first swampy area. Not as flooded as it was back in the spring. Not nearly as flooded, much more shallow. You see there's a beautiful swamp, even some really nice rocky cliffs. Beautiful. Last time there was plenty of evidence of beavers, and see other hikers made a trail around it that didn't bring boots. Lots of tadpoles in the water. More flooded out areas up here ahead. But when we came in the spring, these puddles were completely filled up. Another trail from people going around. I'm either seeing coyote tracks or maybe someone's dog tracks. There's coyotes around here. There's lots of bears. Yesterday, on the way in here, we saw 3 bears. Mama bear with 1 cub and 1 bigger bear. This area also supposedly has actual wolves, but they're unlikely to mess with people. Look at these huge mushrooms. They're actually about the size of my hand. That one fell over. There's a whole bunch of them. All right, it's starting to get a little overgrown now. We're going through the bigger swamp area, which was very flooded last time. This time I think there's still going to be a flood because it was beaver related. Let's see. Some of the grass is taller than us. All right, we are in the next swamp. It's got more nice looking cliffs, big murky pond, and yes, maybe not as flooded as last time, but still pretty flooded. See, there's an alternate trail to the left, but we got the big high boots. You can go right on through it. And there's frogs. Honestly, the water's just about the same as last time because I had my regular rubber boots and it was just about getting in. With these, there's no issue. Wow, look at all the nasty swamp gases I'm releasing. It's making this whole area smell like a stink bomb. Yeah, whole area smells like a sewage plant stirring that stuff up. All right, everyone, right next to the road, this is a large beaver dam because the beavers wanted their pond even deeper. It's got some seepage out onto the road. Last time we came out here, this area was so deep that I came in here, removed part of this beaver dam to get it to go down enough to get through with regular boots. And looks like the beavers never even built back. With the big high boots we got on, this flood is nothing. Look at that. We over prepared a little bit. We could have done this with just regular rubber boots, but the good news is we can walk around in the very flooded prison basement now with these, if it's even still flooded. And right here, this is probably the last flood we'll encounter. It was last time anyways. Now this flood has a very uneven bottom. This one has some sticky mud in it. It's very cloudy, it never cleared up. Those other floods have water trickling through and filtering. This one's kind of just a sitting puddle based on the tracks. An ATV hasn't gone through here since the last time it rained. Ooh, there's some frogs, look at that. All right, everyone, all that water that was just trickling over the road back there ends up here. Another beaver swamp. Got a big dam down there, and over here is the beaver's lodge. Is it still active? It definitely was in the spring, because there was new building evidence. And unless a predator got them, I'm sure they weren't relocated way out here in the middle of nowhere. All right, everyone, we just made it down to the dam. It's pretty big and impressive. Back in the spring, we couldn't get a good shot, but now the beavers have drowned all the trees. They barely have any leaves. In my opinion, that lodge is not active anymore. I don't see any fresh material, nothing recent as far as activity. And someone forgot their neck cushion right here.
It's a padded toilet seat.
We just found a friend. Look at this. There's a pretty good sized toad in there. Where'd it go? There it is. Yeah, pretty good size. Having a little bit of trouble getting a shot through there. And as we walk along this road, we keep finding these boxes that say Bell Telephone on them. The prison made its own power, but it looks like they had an underground phone line going there. And it looks like maybe every quarter mile there's a metal box sticking up. And that's because instead of having one continuous phone line, they want to have junction boxes in case the phone line ever goes out. They'll be able to test it here and there, so they'll be able to narrow down where it might be broken. All right, everyone, just like where we parked back at the railroad tracks, they came in here with excavators, made massive ditches, giant humps, so you can't drive down here. But the ATVs made a really good, solid trail. Yeah, just look at the size of this ditch in the open area. They made a huge ditch here so you couldn't go through it. You would think this was a stream or maybe a culvert, but nope. They made this ditch on purpose so people can't come in here. But whoever did it forgot how rugged an ATV can be. They opened up a beautiful view of the pond too. And that's another beaver dam right there. We're about 3/4 of the way to the prison. Back in the spring, this dominant trail was not going around it. Makes me wonder, when did they make this? There's no really big trees. I'd say in the past couple of years, they came in here with an excavator trying to prevent anyone from coming in here. All right, everyone, we came up to the next barricade, which has a very long way around it. Because you see, they made this giant hump of dirt with ditch going super far. But ATVs still got around it. It's easier for us to just go up and over it. And it looks like some of the ATVs even maybe went up and over it. Nope, definitely not. But it's definitely easier to walk through here than have to walk all the way down there to the creek. All right, everyone, I think we're gonna see the prison around the next corner. All right, we can already see some stuff, remnants of the old farm, whatever that might be. See power lines going over there. And yep, we can see the prison for the first time. Over here, there's a small building we explored last time. It has its own fuel tank. But the rest of the complex is where the power was coming from, where the heat was coming from. There's steam tunnels running underneath the ground between the buildings, except for that little outbuilding, had its own heating system. It's a really big building. 4 different levels in it. Basement that's a bit flooded. 2 floors full of cells. This place was able to hold up to 800 people at its max. And we're hoping to maybe camp on the roof somewhere, have a good line of sight. We're about to go over a culvert pipe. And the last time we were here, we didn't realize if we keep walking down this road another 10 minutes, there's another smaller building we gotta check out. And it's right next to a pretty major river. Maybe we might even be able to take a bath. There's also a good sized creek running to the left of the building down in that valley. It's got a lot of good water sources. So we're gonna set up camp, leave our tents, just take valuables with us while we explore the rest of the complex. It'll be fun to explore this place once it becomes completely dark. Here's a bunch of someone's stuff. Tents, toothbrush, box, toothpaste. And the bear came all the way here. we've been finding massive piles of its poops. All right, we're getting towards the entrance. Be nice to camp on the roof between some of those trees. That makes some good cover. Old abandoned pickup truck. Looks like it was thrown off a cliff. It's so twisted and shot up. And here we are, the main entrance. All right, we're going into the prison. 1958 is when this portion of the building was made. I don't know if you can see through all the graffiti, but there's a beautiful bear, moose, and deer right there on that plaque. I'm gonna make sure this zooms in so you can read it real quick. All right, we're gonna head inside, find our way upstairs. All right, so when this was built, there was some kind of wall here, just a small door to get in. Now this was the prison's offices.
Is that the rubber room?
Rubber room?
That one.
I don't know, let's go look. I'm having trouble fitting with this pack. It's super wide. It's not a rubber room, it's just paneling. This was the prison offices. See, they even had cubicles set up in here. All right, we have all night to explore in here. First cell block. All right, we got to come down here to this lower level. This is the cafeteria right in here. And here's the stairs. The basement is super flooded. The stairs are crumbling a little bit. Time to venture to the rooftop. Take off these heavy packs. They probably weigh over 50 pounds each. The stairs are crumbling with all the weathering. This area gets extreme winters. And here's the auditorium. Over here's the gymnasium. And right here is our way to the roof. This room sure is cool. The stage is all collapsing. Look at that. And up here, there's little windows, like they would have had projectors sometimes to watch movies. We got to get up in that little room because that's roof access. It even says projection room. Open that up. This is going to be a hard one to get into with our really wide backpacks. We got to first come into this room. And now, we got to go up this very tight staircase. Backpack rubbing against the walls. Very narrow. Here's our roof access. And it is where the projector would have sat to the screen. Right here is all the way up. Let me extend you guys. This is a very tight hole that our packs wouldn't even fit through, but that's access to the very top of the building. All right, everyone. Made it up onto the roof, and this is better than I remember for camping. So if we had a little ladder, we'd be able to get up onto the very top, but that doesn't exist at the moment. And we gotta step down onto the main level. Over here is the offices. And this roof is standing up incredibly well. I see a reclining chair down there. Look at this emergency exit covered in bricks. That looks pretty cool. Just look how the brick facade is just crumbling off the building. Look at that. And you notice this side of the building is in perfect shape. Right here, some ventilation shafts. You can see there's even a damper in there. There's that old car. And we're gonna be hiking down to another building we didn't explore yet. And it's actually visible. It's in very bad shape, it looks like, but we're gonna go check that out. There's also a pretty major river down there. This is kind of incredible too, abandoned 50 years. Someone, well, it looks like with the tar, it was actually gone before it was abandoned. There was a grate there, that's the roof drain. Amazingly, no clogs. This looks like another roof drain. None of them are clogged. When we were looking at the satellite images, it looks like there's a flood on top of this part. Looks like a big swampy puddle. But they add gravel on here so the asphalt isn't exposed to sunlight, which destroys it. And I noticed the trees look like they're growing in uniform. Maybe they're growing out of the drain holes. I see more ventilation shafts, but this looks like probably the best place to camp. We have a wide open view of anyone that might be coming in. We'll see flashlights at night. We'll have a beautiful sunset and a little bit of cover with the trees. Here's another really big ventilation shaft. Look at the damper. Can that even open anymore? Wow, it actually still kind of opens. Another roof drain, not clogged. Yep, these are all roof drains that the trees are growing out of. This building was so big, it even had its own sewage treatment plant. That's what that is. It also has steam tunnels and an underground flooded tunnel going to it. Here's a view looking into the upstairs gym, downstairs cafeteria building, and basement. Look how destroyed this side of the building is. But everything else in the shaded area gets less freeze and thaws, so it is in much better shape. This little building here is completely destroyed. Over here is the powerhouse heating system building. There's some roof access. Those stacks look really cool. Over here, at first we thought this was a septic tank, but those are actually manhole covers you lift up to supply fuel, and I think originally probably coal. There's still a gigantic, like 10,000 gallon fuel oil tank down there that would have ran massive boilers. And over here you'll notice this gigantic wheel that was to aerate all the bacteria breaking down the sewage before eventually releasing it probably to this trickling stream back here. Doesn't seem to be flowing very much, but on Google Maps it looked pretty substantial. There's also another concrete thing over here we could explore. But there's a maze of underground tunnels last time that were flooded. We're hoping that they'll be passable this time. Wow, we're really high up. All right, let's set up our camp. All right, everyone, it's pretty windy, but not windy enough that we gotta worry about blowing off the roof. We're gonna use some of our canned food as rocks on our tarp as we're setting up. Then we'll put all our gear inside the tent to keep it from blowing away. Since we can't stake it down, we might actually be able to use our little ropes that the tent comes with to tie it to a few trees as a precaution. That might be a good idea. So we're gonna set up right here, perfect view of who might be coming in. First time taking this off in like 2 hours. We're gonna feel super light. The last backpacking trip, once we take this 50 pounds off us, it's like, suddenly it feels like there's less gravity. It's so cool after taking the big pack off. Nice. Got a machete, bear spray, just in case we come across some kind of angry bear in the hallway or whatever. This is a very powerful flashlight. We're gonna save all that for nighttime. But it's time to set up our camp and do inventory on our food. We'll have to ration it out just in case we stay here for multiple days. All right, everyone, we're sorting out food. We have this thing tied up to this one tree. We're gonna try to brace it even more to that tree. I'm gonna walk around the building now and try to come back with a handful of bricks to put in the corners. So our stuff is enough to keep it from blowing away at the moment, but just for safety, I'm gonna go grab some bricks that we can put in there. It's not super windy up here, but the tent is like a giant sail. So I'm gonna hopefully come back with a load of bricks. Got a little airplane checking us out. All right, everyone, so we got a bunch of heavy stuff in here. We found a piece of the bathroom wall, which probably weighs 60 pounds. A couple more bricks. We'll continue to bring bricks every trip we make up here. Got some trail mix, got some energy drinks. We have a whole bunch of water that's still in the packs. Right here, those silver cans, that's a fish cake, sardines. The copper looking cans are clams. We have a few cans of soup, beans, ravioli. We have to ration this out if we are gonna stay here multiple nights, maybe 2 nights or so. Got a bunch of flashlights, super bright ones. We use those at night. We have a couple battery changes for those. We have a bunch of power banks for the cameras, other lights, lantern, a machete, multiple bear sprays, pads, blankets, hoodies, because it's gonna get down to about 45 degrees tonight, and that's about 8 degrees Celsius. Pretty cool, especially with this wind blowing through at night. You see this trail down here where people are walking? Eventually this whole facade is about to come off the building. You see it separating only by a couple inches, but eventually this whole thing's gonna come crashing down like it did over here, like it did over here. Over here showing signs it's buckling the whole wall of the building. All right, we're off to go exploring, and we'll bring back some bricks. All right, everyone, this is the gym. Looks like some bathrooms, maybe locker rooms over there. And if we look up out the window, that's our camp over there. We have almost 8 hours of daylight left to explore and get to learn the complex pretty well. Explore all of its secret underground tunnels. Right here is the freight elevator. And the plywood looks pretty new. I guess they don't want you having an accident here. All right, we're gonna make our way downstairs. This is pretty dangerous at night. You don't want to accidentally fall down 4 flights of stairs. Scrappers probably stole the railings when the road was accessible. Down to the dark, scary basement. Now we're heading out to the loading dock. Here's someone else's campsite. Candles and stuff. Forks, chairs. Here's the cafeteria. Part of an oven there. Pantry. Lunchroom over there. That door is so rusted out. Look at that. This whole facade fell off. Loading dock. People's tents. Look at those beautiful boilers in there. We'll go check those out in a minute. All right, everyone, here's that building I zoomed in on. What do you think it was? Are those, some kind of equipment was on that off the ground. Looks like some kind of little burner. This thing is absolutely awesome. Look at this. That make a cool little wood stove. That's super cool. So I walked out here to this, another foundation of a building. Looks like this was the bottom of a chimney, maybe. There's a trickling stream down there, which might be good for taking a bath when we go down to it later. The wildflowers out here are just amazingly beautiful. Here's a faraway view from the prison in the other direction. All right, everyone. This is probably the coolest part of the building. Look at these boilers. They have fireboxes, so I'm assuming they used to run on coal, but were later converted. You see down there, it's got fuel oil burners. It's got lots of asbestos wrapped around it. And then there's steam tunnels running around the whole complex underground, which are pretty cool. They built a wall right here. We'll walk down there in a minute. I'm assuming they used to fill this with coal, but now they've got these massive oil tanks that they would fill up. Down inside the building, it smells like fuel oil, a diesel leak. So I'm assuming there's still oil in these tanks and it's slowly leaking out. Look at the facade right here. Just pushing out like the Hulk punched it from the inside. Let's check out the heating system. This boiler in here, look at this. It's got 2 burners. It's also got a ton of ash. This is probably the coolest room. It is a gigantic pressure expansion tank. Piles of soot. And these burners, these are awesome. Look at that, it's not even seized up, but I can still spin that. Got a thick 4-inch layer of asbestos on it. Let's go check out that oil tank. I missed that last time we were here. I only showed it from above. Well, at least the doors like this, it's got like a spill area. Yeah, I would say that these are probably 10,000 gallons apiece. And the smell in here, if I was to stay in this room for long, it would give me a headache. What's this? Oh my gosh. I just touched that and I was right. That is pure oil right there. So the fact that it's not coming out means they're not full, but the level it's at, meaning there's at least 6 inches of oil in both of these tanks. And that's smells good enough to burn, even though it's been abandoned so long. We could literally make a torch if we wanted from that. Usually when you abandon a place, you're supposed to cut these things open and very well clean them out. I guess that wasn't the policy back in the 70s. And there's probably, just based on what's filled up in that little pipe right there, a couple 100 gallons of fuel. And I also notice it's all over the floor. So there was probably a couple 1,000-gallon fuel spill in here. And the fuel still smells good. I remember I had an abandoned tank like that removed once, and the guy took it. He was still going to burn it. It lasts decades, not as efficiently when it burns, but it still goes well. So that would literally keep someone alive if they found this place in the winter. We're going to save the steam tunnels for tonight when we explore, but this is one of them. We're going to wait and conserve our really big flashlights for tonight. I guess it's because it's been a dry summer. Last time we were here, all these tunnels were flooded, but these go underneath all the buildings, underneath the courtyards, and somebody's removed them since, but these brackets right here used to hold like a dozen pipes heating the rest of the building. This is all asbestos on the floor that someone broke off the pipes when they were scrapping it. And look at this. There's even a cliff swallow's nest. All right, everyone, I'm going to try to monkey up this. And we're wearing masks now because there's a massive amount of asbestos in here that we're starting to stir up. I'm monkeying up this now. I can tell that this was cut off with like an acetylene torch, but there's still enough to step on. It's still very strong steel. Look at the mess of asbestos up here. You look at this, the locker room for the employees. There's a urinal. I can tell there was 2 sinks, maybe a toilet and a sink. Look at these. Are these expansion tanks? Huge. Look at all the rust coming in on the bottom of that stack from the rain over the decades. Here's another staircase, but the bottom half is completely gone. I'm gonna walk up now into the workings. Lots of asbestos all over the grates. Can you hear that? You can feel a vacuum going up this pipe as the wind blows over the top of it. Scrappers took the grating right here on the top of this ladder, so I'm not gonna walk out there, but you see there's like a catwalk for maintaining these boilers. Look at all these switchboards and contactors. That's super cool. And this one's labeled cushion tank. I like that term for the compression tank. And you're right here, it's still pretty flooded. Right here, there's this little tunnel, and that looks like maybe sewer. These are definitely for the heating system. It goes through this tunnel out to the sewage treatment plant. That's how it gets its heat. It's more efficient to have one heating system for the whole complex. Really cool. This is really cool. Look at the sewage treatment plant. In there, that giant wheel used to spin to add aeration, help bacteria, break everything down. And that tunnel is right below us now, where all the steam pipes were going in. Here's that incredible building. This building was heated, and it came up from here. Look how flooded that is. I wouldn't want to go down in this basement, but the water's lower than last time, so I can actually give you guys a look. Yeah, the steam tunnel's completely underwater. It's not a full hallway going here. This is cool. Look at that. Let's get up here. Look down here. Completely flooded. And look, there's our tent. Way up there. That's where we'll be sleeping tonight, way up there. That's a really cool drawing of a mosquito. And I really like the mortar work. Look at that. The mortar goes out pretty far. All right, everyone, we're going down an even more overgrown road to a building we didn't explore last time we were out here. We're being very trusting that no one's gonna go through our stuff. See, there's the prison back there. About a 10-minute walk away is another building and a really big river. We're gonna see if it's a swampy, stagnant river or maybe something that we'd even feel comfortable taking a bath in. Because we drove here the other day. Oh, and a little snake, look at that. Look at a snake. Come on. Please don't poop on me. Look at that little snake. We drove here. I think it did poo. No. I think it tried to. I smell it a little bit, but I don't think it got me. We drove in here the other day, 10 hours yesterday, and stayed overnight in the car. We'll stay here for maybe 2 nights. Neither of us have had a shower in 5 days now, and I've washed my face a bunch of times at little creeks, but it's been kind of cool. Haven't really wanted to take a full-on shower yet. And here we are to the other building. I thought it would have been bigger on satellite maps, but it's not. I see more fuel tanks inside it or something. And this will continue on to the river. We can have ourselves a look. Here's a culvert pipe. So there was a drainage ditch here along the road. Very filled in now. Doesn't work anymore. Very collapsed. There's the prison. Very pretty. All the wildflowers. Wow, this is so cool. Now I know what this building is. This is the well for the prison. Look at this tank. Look at that rusty ladder going down there with all the iron bacteria on it. That's cool. But this other hole, that is amazing. Okay, this one's filled to the brim with mosquito larvae. This one must go down like 30 feet, rotten wood, deep ladder, a lot of echoes. This is their well. This was the pump house. So cool. Got a pretty cherry tree here. Almost to the river. Just got to get to the end of this field. And looking at the satellite maps, it's nothing but vast wilderness all around us. It's just so cool. So quiet out here. All right, this is the last glimpse of the prison we're gonna have. trail is taking a few corners now. The grass is super high. I can tell this area floods with the river. See if the river is usable or anything. There's a sled, a fire pit down here, access to the river here. I saw another trail back there. That's a super deep river. Murky, but clean if we had to take a bath. All right, everyone. This trail right here went to a much more accessible beach because this isn't even that muddy. It's not like you're gonna super sink. I could wash up here, brush teeth here. Pretty accessible. I wonder if there's any way to get to this prison by boat. Looks like the type of river you could take a boat up pretty easily. Now it's time to get back to the prison. We're gonna search the entire building and figure out if there's anyone else there before we settle in for the night. I just wanted to see how deep the water was. It would definitely be way over my head if I got in that water. All right, everyone, I want to show you how deep the water really is. So I have this flashlight that I call the moonbeam, and I go ahead and turn it on. If I push this button, it makes a super powerful beam that at nighttime goes literally thousands of feet away. Hey, we have company out here. I just heard an owl. I used to think they were coyotes, but they're actually owls. I heard a "Ow!" And if we shine it down there, hopefully I can show you how deep the water really is. It's not showing up great, but I can tell you if I got in that water down there, it would be way over my head. And all these boards, people probably just throwing stuff down there to see how deep it was, or maybe there was a platform down there. But these are some massive well pipes. Look at that, that's so cool. All right, everyone, we made it back to the prison, and we're gonna go check on our stuff, have lunch, get more energy, and we got to look at every nook and cranny because we have a feeling there's someone else here. All right, everyone, we got some more bricks. We're carrying a couple every time we come upstairs just to decrease the chance of the tent blowing away, but I think we got enough weight now at this point. All right, everyone, we're heading back up to the roof. Now this door is weird. It blocks the door we gotta go in, so we gotta come over here, and now the door opens up and blocks that direction, so we can come upstairs. Anytime venturing around this building, we gotta be careful because back in these days, it was common to even put asbestos in concrete, mortar, and the plaster. All right, we're back up top. top to our tent. Tonight might be a pretty rough time sleeping if this wind keeps up. Hopefully it goes away. It's warm, so the breeze feels nice. When we arrived here, there was already 4 people in the building exploring. Then another group of 4 came in. The second group of 4 is now leaving, so we now know that we're the only ones in the whole building. So we're gonna go around now and explore the whole place. We still have a good amount of daylight, and maybe we'll get a beautiful sunset. Look at that. We can see so far off into the prison's fields. That's the well right over there. Look at that, the original hardwood floor. Look at these teeny little pieces it was made up out of. People have been ripping it up for fires. So this prison has over 800 of these cells. Every cell had a window. Some of them with only views of the other cell blocks. Some of them with quite amazing views. Every cell had a sink, toilet. Between every cell is a little utility area for the plumbing stacks. This one has water dripping down it. I'm imagining they also handled all the water from the roof. Every single toilet has been smashed by vandals over the years. At the end of each hallway, there's offices where there likely would have been guards. There's a burnt reclining chair. See, I'm imagining this was probably a guard's station. Beautiful view. See, these are all nice rooms, and you can tell other people have had fires, camped in here, but you don't want to be camping and getting asbestos all over your clothing, tents, all that type of stuff. But just walking around like this, you're not really stirring up anything extra. Wow, this one's got a lot of junk in it, and it's boarded up for some reason. I think when it was abandoned, the province most likely took all the heavy grates just because it was worth a lot in scrap. That's why there's no bars. All the cell doors are missing. But if you look at it, this place had really nice floors. See that? There must have been a bird's nest there that somebody knocked down. Or maybe the bird just sits there all the time. This one, you can even see the outline of where the toilet sat. Over here was the sink. Whatever prisoner had this cell had a really nice view. Better back away. There's a bee's nest here in this window jamb. So in here, is this like a fireproof layer before the outside brickwork? Is that asbestos? It feels like styrofoam. These prisoners are the ones with the worst view. Can only see more of the building. Had a little shelf. I don't know what this exactly was. There would have been a coat hanger there. Now this one actually still has a barn swallow nest up there. That swing is still here from last time. So I'm thinking these cells here were from maybe someone that was not acting right. Maybe these were rubber rooms, I don't know. Because you see, there's bars, there would have been cells in here, And then there would have been these glass bricks in front of it, making it kind of soundproof. And over on the other side is the shower room for this cell block. Here it is, shower stall. Looks like another shower stall, although that looks like maybe a sink was there. But this one was definitely a shower. I wonder if the whole cell block is what shared this. And here's some more of those, maybe solitary, whatever they may have been. Here's the dark, scary plumbing, heating room between the solitary going back to the showers. You see how there's all these piles in the hallway? It looks like someone was very organized when they were in here taking the metal, whether it was the government or not. And over here, look at the size of these shower rooms. You got benches. Here's the utility room, just like I showed you upstairs. A lot of showers for the cell block. All right, everyone. Now we're on the first floor cell block. And this one's a lot more messy. There's a lot of debris in the hallway. It's like walking through a prison in a zombie movie. There's a random kitchen sink. Lots and lots of tarps, bedding, sleeping bags. Looks like a lot of campers choose this ground floor for campfires in the cells for some reason. Doesn't have as good of a view of who might be coming. Lots of insulation here that somebody's been ripping out. I don't know why, but this cell has a door over it. Maybe it was being used for storage back when the prison was open. Right here, there's more sleeping bags. That's a weird looking, what is that? Last time we were here, this rain barrel was upright, completely filled with water, collecting it from that roof drain. I had the urge to tip it over, but someone else got the joy of doing that. Here's another office for the guards or whoever. This one has a whole couch in here. There's a chandelier. Bunch of pressboard cabinets. This room smells a bit moldy because of all the fabric. But buildings that are mostly concrete and sheetrock, that's the good news. There's never really a lot of mold. Last time we were here, this was actually completely boarded up, this door. We weren't able to get in here. It's just another staircase. Slowly looking around the whole building before it gets dark. And I found someone's soup can on the ground. I kind of want to go back to the furnace room. Wow, this is cool. This room actually still has a bed. Imagine if we came here in the winter with magnets and we closed off this entire room and somehow heated it. That would be so cool. Yeah, it's still got a bed in it. But I'm going to go and steal a can of that fuel oil. Maybe we can make a little torch on the roof. This part of the prison's scarier because there's no sunlight. Look at the forest just right against the windows. Now we're brightening up a little bit. I wonder if there'll be more visitors tonight. Can't wait to walk these halls when it gets dark. Saving the flashlights for at night. More stairs. Whole nother cell block. Here's another guard's room. That's a very nice shelf, actually. Heavy duty. Someone was having a fire in here. I wonder if the people that have fires in here are even aware of how much asbestos is actually potentially here. They used to use asbestos even in the plaster work even in the concrete back in the day to add structural strength. Parts of this building are very old, and the newest part is from the 1950s, as you saw out front, because it had multiple additions over the years. That's the newest portion of building. But some of this stuff dates back early 1900s. All right, in there is another utility room with steam tunnels running underneath this courtyard, under the gym cafeteria, under the next courtyard, all the way back to the boiler. Over here is a whole nother shower room. And if we were to go upstairs, there'd be just that one single shower, a bunch more solitary cells. That'll be perfect to scare away some kind of bear. We can bring that back to camp. And over here is the most uncomfortable bed of all time. Look at that. All right, here's, looks like more solitary. It's got a big drain too. Here's a shower. So I'm guessing this whole part of the prison was for prisoners that couldn't be trusted. It looks like they had a super heavy duty door. They'd lock you in there to use the bathroom. Then they'd lock you in here to use the shower. And then it looks like they had a soundproof wall, then your cell wall. And I wonder if this even had a toilet. It looks like maybe a fixture was on the wall, possibly. But I'm thinking maybe these people couldn't be trusted with a sink and toilet. Look at all this pointlessness it looks like, smashing the walls. I've actually genuinely seen people carry sledgehammers out to places like this just to make holes in the walls. They're not even scrapping or stealing anything. I'm noticing in this area, they even have this so you can leave the people completely in the dark. Look at that. And the prisoner, or the guard, could open this to check on the prisoner. Just to see if they're doing all right. Look at this. Some pretty big fire pits in this room. We've been walking, it feels, for a long time, and we've only probably explored half the prison so far. Wait, oh my gosh, before we go down there, we might have a miracle outside.
Why?
It looks like we might have unlimited apples.
Oh! Perfect!
Yeah. I'm sure we can find ones that aren't rotten. Yeah, and it smells so sweet without even opening it. Yeah, got a ton of apples here. That's so cool. All right, now we're going down to like this dungeon-looking room we were in last time, and apples are good because when I go on hikes or trips, I like to bring berries, cherry tomatoes, stuff like that because it cleans my teeth. I'll eat some apples. So this room has a lot of ventilation. It has a bunch of air exchangers, a bunch of cages. I don't know what this room was used for. Someone stole a lot of the steam pipes. But what do you think all these cages are for? You can tell on the bottom, see how deteriorated it is? Oftentimes this area has a bunch of water sitting in it. And the stuff on the walls, it looks like bricks, but it's light like styrofoam. Is that some sort of asbestos, or is it just insulation? I'm not sure. Look at this. Here's a scary steam tunnel again. And what is this? Look at this old, like a barber's chair, or the electric chair. Yeah, this is some of the steam tunnels. We're gonna take those at night. The secret passages under the tunnels, under the prison. You see on the floor, this is a table upside down. Someone was hunting here. There's another table. You can see it had a big work light above it that fell down. This is probably where they worked on the machinery, fixed parts. I wonder if prisoners helped maintain the heating system, the well-behaved ones. I know back in the day the prisoners would maintain the building, they'd retar the roof, they'd take care of the whole place, especially in a place like this where they're here for minor offenses. No risk of them running away. They just help maintain everything. And what's this table over here? Once again, look at all these steam pipes. They go down there into that. That's actually where the boiler room was we were down in earlier, where the fuel tanks and everything is. Then they come up here. There's a whole bunch of coils inside this air exchanger that hot air blows through, and that goes up to each individual cell. You noticed each prisoner didn't have their own steam radiator. They had a vent, and this is where all the heat is mixed from those hot pipes. And it looks like there was actual radiators in the hallway behind grates, but all that's been removed because it's worth so much in metal. Look at this piston there. That looks kind of cool. Walking around here in the tall grass. The grass is over my waist. All the stalks of seeds are above my head. Here's a faraway shot of the prison. There's our tent. Up on the roof right there. The wind is tapering down, so that's a really good sign. Even though the basement's not flooded this time and the road wasn't that bad, I'm sure glad we brought the big high boots, because this grass is kind of like a cornfield. It's sharp like razor blades. It helps with pricker bushes, helps with ticks. Although I haven't seen any ticks this year. That looks so cool. All right, we're about to go back in. It says, if the workers aren't paid, it's slavery. Well, the prisoners that were here were learning a trade, and it was actually a choice to be here and work on the farm instead of going to another prison. And if they chose to work on the farm, they would have reduced sentences, and they'd get out much faster for helping out on the farm. It looks like originally it looks like there was a spot here to bang your feet off. That's missing. You come up here. This was a wall, a glass wall. You can still see it broken there. Then you'd have to go through this door. A couple layers of security. But it looks like when the building was made, maybe this wasn't all here. Now we're gonna check out some of the offices, which there's a very narrow staircase here. You see, at one point there was probably another heavily secured door here with glass. Not glass, but bricks. Then there's a very narrow staircase leading into more offices upstairs and downstairs. You want to go upstairs or downstairs first?
Upstairs.
Once again, there's no railing, but the metal here is still super duper strong. There's only one part of the building that I found a staircase that's actually rotten. This was built very, very well. You see, underneath the windows of the offices would have been radiators with grates over them, and those have obviously been stolen because radiators are heavy. They cost a lot of money. But in reality, a steam radiator system is one of the most efficient ways to heat a building. Look at all these piles of sand against the walls like sand dunes. All the plaster work falling apart. One more scary door. Doors are always scary in these places. Although we're sure we're alone now, because there was 2 other vehicles this morning when we woke up at the parking lot, and we saw 2 groups of people leave. This place is so rural, it only has 1 road in and out. You see why people bring sledgehammers in here. You know how easy that must have been to go through this clay hollow brick wall. It's probably kind of satisfying doing that. And someone smashed it because the door literally won't open. Is it locked? Let me crawl through this hole. It might just be stuck on the crumbling, but I do think it's actually locked. Got storage shelves. plumbing room. Someone smashed a hole to more shelves. Or maybe that was just, oh, no. That was also part of this utility room. What do you think this is? Is this all insulation maybe that was behind the heaters? I'm amazed I haven't got stung yet. There's so many hornets in here. The place is updated enough to have three-prong outlets. Here's that really cool looking staircase up here.
Look at this untouched tile.
Here it is from the top. Let me see that untouched tile. Here's the other side of that closet. Maybe this was the toilet room for the workers. And look, there's even a bathtub in here. Yeah, I guess the prison workers sometimes wanted to take a nice cozy bath, because I'm sure most of the guards, the warden, probably all lived here since it's so remote. Even if the road was in good condition, it would still probably take at least an hour to the nearest town. And that's these days. Look at all the hornets living in that. If you could see them buzzing around, there's a hornet's nest behind that facade. And if this brick wall wasn't here, I imagine that was open at some point. That goes right into the cell block. But I guess they wanted to make this hallway space into an office. Maybe they were running out of space. Back when this was actually open, who knows how undeveloped even the town an hour away was. This was probably even more rural. Was that you?
No.
I don't know if you can see it, but there's a lot of hornets. And they're basically everywhere in this building. There's nests of these white-faced hornets. Maybe they're paper wasp. They're everywhere, but thankfully they're leaving us alone. This year I've encountered so many yellow jackets, paper wasp, things that usually attack easy, but I've only been stung once all year. Look at this beautiful view from this office. All right, everyone, now we're gonna go down to the basement level of these offices. I'm sure some of these rooms were housing, but I have really no idea of knowing. Last time we were down here in the early spring, this was very flooded, but will it still be flooded? It's wet, but it's not flooded. There's puddles, but it's not flooded. And this leads into the very scary steam tunnels eventually. We're gonna come down here again at night with big, big lights. All right, so we'll come back here at night and get a little bit of footage of this when we have our really big camera lights. Look at all these shelves. You can tell by the water line, there's usually 6 inches of water in here. But it's been a dry summer, it's kind of drying up. You'll notice the brickwork is destroyed down near the floor. That's because in the wintertime it freezes, it expands inside the bricks, smashing them apart. But they did a pretty good job. 50 years abandoned, and this place is still pretty good. Dark, scary room. Just storage. All right, here's a locker room for the guards and employees. This lip right here is where the lockers would have been. They've obviously been scrapped. Got benches in here. And look, this radiator is actually still here. Heavy cast iron thing. Would have had a grate over it. Cool, still there. Even on the supports of this old bench, you can see exactly where the water has been typically sitting, causing all that rusty buildup. Got another barn swallow nest up here. I found a light bulb that somebody didn't smash, and that looks so cool. Look, somehow it got filled with water. I like that drawing over there. Wonder if this place will be haunted or there'll be anyone showing up in the middle of the night. I don't think so. We purposely chose to do this on a Monday and Tuesday night because we figured there'd be more campers during the weekend. Look how thick this expansion tank is that somebody was shooting through. Wow, thick. Everything's got to be thicker when you're dealing with high pressure steam, not just a heating system at home with lower pressure steam or hot water. Cool, I don't think we ever been to this place before. Is this a massive oven? Some sort of rotisserie cooker? Yeah, oh wow. I've never seen a rotisserie cooker this big. So cool. We totally missed this room last time we were out here. Here's a big pantry. Notice how these things say Toronto on it. That's only a couple hours away from here, and I noticed walking around this place on electric boxes, other utilities, almost everything around here was made locally back then. Now everything's made in China for the most part. I'm guessing that these were gigantic walk-in freezers. Look at that latch on this. Loading dock where the food came in, right to the freezer. Oh, more bees. Up here is just a maintenance room, a vent to equalize. Down here, another and another. They had like 4 or 5 walk-in freezers. And then it looks like they brought everything down here. Nope, wrong way. Down here to the cafeteria. Looks like a bunch more walk-in freezers. I'm thinking this was all also kitchen, lunchroom, more pantry space for canned goods. There's a whole bunch of rooms like that with just shelves. This room right here is just clean outs to get the dust out of the vents. Lots of asbestos. All right, everyone, we're gonna head back up to the roof for a little bit. Our staircase is right back here.
Where is he? Where is he? So we are getting apples. He's getting apples. I'm staying up here. It's a lot of apples.
I can't believe the bear didn't get them. They couldn't fit through the door. I got some apples. I dropped one of them on the way up. That barrel almost didn't fit through the door. That's my first attempt on trying to get onto that roof. There's a very heavy metal bed. Couldn't move it, but there's some other items I think I can build a ladder with, including that kitchen sink in the hallway. I was actually bringing that until I found that. How's apple time? Looks good, not rotten. It's actually very sweet. Very sweet. For some reason, it's very, it dries your mouth out. I don't know why. It's definitely not a crab apple, but it's really good. Actually, I'm not afraid to eat more of our food now because these are pretty good. I'll keep munching on these all day. These apples actually taste pretty good. I'm gonna keep eating them. They're good for cleaning your teeth after eating. I'm gonna have some ravioli right now. And since we got the apples, I can be a little bit more careless with the food. She doesn't like the apples because they're not like the ones that they selectively grow to be sweeter and bigger, but they're a little tart, but I'm okay with it. Which has a very long way around it. Because you see, they made this giant hump of dirt with ditch going super far, but ATV still got around it. 20 minutes before they even get here. You can look way down there. It's pretty cool. It's getting further into the evening, so I don't think anyone else is gonna show up unless they're here for the overnight. I love camping at this place. I love camping here. Hopefully we'll have a beautiful sunset soon. It's so apocalyptic. We're going around the building looking for things that could possibly be useful, like making noise with. I really wonder if that apple tree was here when it was a prison or someone just threw an apple there. Pretty cool. Looks apocalyptic. Nothing as far as the eye can see. We're just so far out of the middle of nowhere. Maybe we'll hear coyotes tonight. This place is amazing looking. The view is awesome. You have this road right here. You'd see anyone approaching. Probably 10 minutes or even 20 minutes if they don't hike like we did and actually follow the ATV trail around that massive ditch they dug to try to keep people out of here. And it's so apocalyptic looking. The building's falling apart. We're walking around it, finding all kinds of cool things. We even found a bag of raisins in there. And I love the idea of possibly going down into the basement there and taking a little bit of that fuel. Because I do believe it'll burn. Maybe we can make a few torches up here with some cans we're saving. Maybe we could take some old clothing we find in the building, try to make a little torch. Because I had a fuel tank removed from my property that was abandoned underground over 20 years. The guy removing it said he wasn't even going to charge me the hazmat for the oil he was taking because he was going to use it to heat his shop. He said it becomes less efficient, burns dirtier, but it can still be used, diesel, heating oil, that kind of thing, years in the future. All right, everyone, this place is awesome. I just went ahead and brushed my teeth. I used the power bank right here to charge up the camera. So now we can do a whole bunch more exploring. Now that the camera got a full charge again. Got enough power banks to charge this thing up like 8 more times. All right, everyone, I brought this rain barrel up here and I'm gonna see up on the roof now with it. All right, everyone, look up here. I think I might be able to pull myself up on the building. From satellite images, it looks like this is like a swamp or pool of water that's often up here. It might be dried up now, but I want to try to pull myself up here if I can. All right, I made it up on the building, all the way up top. There's some more ventilation, toilet pipe, drain. An even better view of our campsite. feeling around. None of the roof feels soft. And this is not plywood roof. This is reinforced concrete with decking underneath it. But this area, that's sketchy. The tar is moving around. And this here, these dips, is what I see on satellite images. On satellite images, this is full of water. And this here is actually water grass. So this is kind of like little pools. This one here still has a drain. Wonder if it works or not. I think down below people stole this part. I think most people can't get up here. That's why it's still existing. Look at this vent. Let's look in there. Beehive. Yeah, I'm not gonna look down that. Not worth it. Where this water sits. See the roof? I'm not taking a risk with that. Gotta be careful walking around here. I'm glad we didn't decide to set up the tent here, because I don't know if this is just mud shifting around or if I'm about to fall through. Very, very sketchy what I'm walking on right now. But you can definitely tell when it rains, water sits here. The roof is sagging here. All right, I want to be right here where it seems like there's a beam. Yeah, right below us is that auditorium room, and looking up, it's concrete, but it feels soft here where the water collects. Super scary. Over here doesn't feel as bad. Get some photographs from up here. Wow, really good view being this high up on the building. Get a picture of the roof. Here's that little hatch we saw from down below. I was saying, good luck getting up through that. I feel like that was access up here at one point. They'd put a ladder up to it. But I feel like putting a ladder here would have been easier, even when it wasn't abandoned. This is super sketchy. I'm getting down from here. All right, everyone. I don't want to carry this thing back downstairs, so I'm just gonna push it off and then we'll bring it back in that room where it was collecting rainwater.
So he's gonna drop it down on this bush, and so we can return it to where we found it, and also so no one can get up that very dangerous roof. Ooh. Ooh.
All right, so that's where I just was up top, and you see right here, this is decking. See, it's really hard. There's concrete on top of that metal decking, thin layer of it, then tar, then pebbles, which take the sunlight, because sunlight would destroy the tar otherwise. All right, everyone, we're right above that ceiling upstairs, which was starting to feel sketchy. You see, from water damage, water sitting up there, you'll notice that the steel trusses, which is this part right here with the little triangles, a lot of them are bent from too much weight on the roof. Probably snow, all that water sitting there, they're bent. Also from water seeping through the concrete sitting there, it has rusted out the steel decking, and that's just pure concrete you're seeing, and that's thin concrete. So it is very possible you could break through that thin layer of concrete and asphalt. Just look over here. Some of the steel trusses are so bent. Look at that. Like literally right here, there's no steel decking support at all. If you stand on that concrete, there's a chance you could fall through. Very sketchy where I was just standing. So that's why I took away the thing I put there next to the roof. Yeah. It's a very strong roofing system, but it's been abandoned too long. Not looking good. The rest of the prison seems to have a better structure. Yeah, look at that beam right there. Remember when I said, I'm gonna go ahead and stand here? Yeah, that's a beam strong enough to hold a train now. This is fun. This is made out of the same steel trussing. It's like a trampoline. I like it. All right, I'm just gathering some bottles. This is someone else's Gatorade bottle from years ago. I haven't heard them call it G2 in a long time, but we're gonna use this. I'm gonna use this as a little cup, and we're gonna take a little bit of fuel and try to make some torches later on tonight. All right, everyone, so front room right now is actually a pit in case these things spill. That's why I had to walk in this thing. It did spill probably thousands of gallons at one point by the looks of it, and it leaked out here into the ground. So that's an environmental big nightmare. And I'm assuming there's a few inches, maybe half a foot of fuel in each of these, which equivalates to probably hundreds of gallons. So right now, we're gonna collect some fuel. That don't fit in there, so I'm gonna have to slightly crush it to be able to get some fuel. When I touched this earlier, it seemed like good fuel. I'm gonna have to step on that. So I have a proper cup. All right, I can still get some out of there. Yeah, we should. All right, is it gonna fill back up? Yep, look. The level of where I'm taking it from. See? As I'm taking it, look, the level is slowly going back up. That means there's hundreds of gallons in these tanks, or at least hundreds of gallons worth of contaminants such as sludge, all kinds of things. See, it's got a lot of crud in it, but it's still burnable. I'm gonna do these 2 bottles. All right, everyone, I'm just gonna take these 2 bottles for now, and this should be able to make a couple torches up there now. Like I said, there's probably hundreds of gallons more in here, and if someone during the brutal Canadian winters up here ever found this place in the middle of winter, if they knew about this right here, this could potentially save their life if they were able to make a fire out of this. Now, stuff like this isn't like gasoline. You can put out matches in it, it doesn't explode. But you could have a pretty good fuel fire with this stuff if you had like clothing to put it over. And I can't believe the government would do this. Just by the smell, the residue in here that spilled even out of this room, I think probably thousands of gallons were left here to spill or leak. And the cost of cleaning up this environmental nightmare that's probably underneath this building from this is astronomical, the cost. I've seen 1,000-gallon oil tanks leak and cost tens of thousands. Each of these looks like it's probably 10,000 gallons at least. All right, everyone. For some reason, I didn't walk in here before to show these tanks. Oh. Poor thing. Where is it? This is my non-oily hand. There's a frog trapped here in this big spill pit. I walked in here to show you how big these tanks are. Look at the size of these huge, huge tanks. Well, this frog obviously can't get out of here. It can't jump over that wall. It probably fell in through the top. And frogs absorb things through their skin. And all this wetness you see on the floor, yes, some of it's rainwater, but it's mostly fuel oil, which is basically diesel. Fuel oil is cheaper because it's less refined. All right, she's gonna go put that frog outside somewhere near the water. Now, frogs absorb through their skin, so that is horrible to find a frog down here in this pit. But we saved him. You can probably throw him anywhere out here, yeah. The smell of oil in this building is so bad from that leaking over the years. But look at this. It looks like crud. Look at that. It's like crude oil looking. It's got big clumps at the bottom like you find in a fast food kitchen fryer. All right, everyone. We haven't been in this room yet. What do you think of this? It's got valves and lifters, it looks like. Pistons. What is this massive engine block from? Wow, look at the size of the pistons in that thing. Wow, I would love to know in the comments about that. Now I know what it was. It was a massive diesel generator. Maybe that's how the prison got its power. I always assumed that the steam turbines over here would have somehow produced power. But this is a diesel generator, probably fed off the same tank as this came from. Yeah, so that was sitting up on top of here. And it's just so heavy, no one was ever able to steal it. So that's a massive diesel engine right there, which is super cool. Over here's a bunch of control panels to run the generator. And then here's some stairs. You used to be able to walk right out here and over there onto that other platform, but scrappers or somebody stole the entire metal deck that used to be here. Cool. We didn't go in this room last time we were here. Wonder what other rooms we're overlooking. This is cool. Look at these insulators on here. I love looking at old electrical stuff. Old engines, old generators, switch panels. This is so cool. Look at that. It's a big engine. And things like 5.5 feet tall. That is cool. All right, everyone. So, we brought a bunch of canned food. We don't really need to heat anything up, but I'm gonna try to see if this fuel is gonna burn. All right, so got a soup can I found in the prison. Got some oil. I found this hat in the prison. We could maybe tie it up on the end of this, cover it in fuel, walk around like an old-timey torch, something like that. Found some underwear in the hallway. I'm gonna try to rip. Strong. It's all right. I don't want it to burn for long. I just want to make sure it'll work when it gets dark. It's windy up here. Yeah, that fuel's flammable. Look at that. That oil is burning. It's still good, that diesel, even being out here 50 years abandoned. Look at that. We could fill this little can with fuel, put it on here so we're not gonna start a fire, but I don't want to chance it near all that tar. So yeah, that's what's burning. The diesel I got out of that tank. Look at that. Pretty resilient to the wind too. Look at that. So we can make like some kind of torch later and walk around with it. Should have brought an oil lamp. this would work. And it's not like gasoline, so you don't have to worry about it exploding if you want to add a little. See? It's combustible, not flammable. Cool. We could just keep adding it, and it burns just like, what do you call it? The oil for charcoal. What do you call that stuff? Lighter fluid. Nice. Told you it would work.
That smoke we're breathing in is someone's underwear. Wonderful.
Underwear smoke.
Wunderbar.
So maybe if we look around the building, we can find some kind of clothing made out of cotton, like the shirt I'm wearing, because that hat is probably synthetic material, just like that underwear there. And if we light that up like a torch, it's probably gonna start dropping globs of flaming garbage. So if we could find cotton, it'll burn a lot better as a torch. I hear the train horn, and that railroad track's about 3 miles away. Sound travels about 1 mile every 5 seconds. All right, we got a couple more hours until daylight. Frisbee. It's starting to look like more warm light in here as the sun gets a little bit lower. We have some stalactites starting up on the ceilings.
4, 6.
All right, everyone, it's dinner time. This was clams. That right there is a fish cake, rice, chunky soup. The last time we went camping, we had a P38 can opener. This one I believe is called a P50 something, and it's much bigger, opens the can a lot faster. Definitely a lot faster. The P38 was having issues gripping the cans. It was slipping a lot. This one's not slipping at all, so it can easily open up the can. Real nice. Perfect. Go ahead and lick that off, away from the blade. And we have soup. Soup, pepper steak, and potato. All right, everyone, I just finished up a few apples. I want to go get more. I really like those apples. Within the next half hour, we're going to be in the shade as the sun sets behind the taller part of the building. And we just noticed something on my arm. This area has no-see-ums now that the sun's starting to go down. No-see-um's a tiny little bug, and it hurts, and it's very itchy like a mosquito bite, but they're tiny, and this is a summer tent. It'll fit through the screens, even with the windows shut, so we might have to sleep in bug spray to keep the no-see-ums away. Okay, we're gonna need bug spray. The no-see-ums are starting to get bad. I just killed one on myself. I want to try to zoom in 10 times so you can see the no-see-um. Right here, there it is. They stunned it. You see how small that thing is? It's full of my blood, actually. You see it? Yep. I just half crushed it. It can't fly, but it's walking around on me. See that? It's full of my blood. That thing, those things itch so bad. Hey, look at this. Our tent is about to go in the shade. The ground's already in the shade from the bigger building. It's starting to get really pretty this time of day. The low sun angle is making all the rooms look yellow. I can't wait to walk down one of the cell blocks. Look at this room. The sun angle is so strong coming in here. Nice. Building's getting pretty. You know, even though every window in this place is smashed, some of the windows actually still slide up and down. I believe there's big counterweights in the walls, and that's what. Did you just fart? So this side of the prison's getting dark. Down here is gonna have some beautiful sunshine in it. Look at that, coming into all these windows. The sun is making everything pretty. Lots of broken toilets in here. It's getting real nice in here. Look at that. I think over the next half hour, it's just gonna keep getting redder and redder as the sunset happens. I think we're in for a pretty sunset in like an hour or so. Someone was playing a game of airsoft in here. As soon as it gets completely dark, we're gonna play hide and seek in here because we have this place to ourselves again. The last explorers just left so they can get back to the parking lot an hour and a half away before it gets pitch dark. Look at this. Sun is awesome looking in all these rooms. Pretty. Wow, that looks cool too. I just turned the warmness of the camera up. It's so quiet now as the sun sets. Nothing but crickets. It's gonna start getting dark and scary fast. We'll head back upstairs at some point to see the sunset. And right now, the end of the hall is actually that orange. I'm not even using any filters at the moment. Once it gets really scary, we're gonna explore the underground tunnels. Sunset about to happen soon. Sun is almost down. I hear some geese flying somewhere. This is a really pretty shot. The sun completely behind the prison. Now we're gonna go over there and watch the sunset. Probably should have done this in colder weather because we're never alone here. There's constantly people coming and going. But like I said, we do have very early notification of that. The majority of people are coming in on the one trail. 2 people caught us off guard, we think came from the river, a boat. There's a bunch of clouds right there. It's gonna get bright again when the sun gets a little lower. It's starting to look pretty. All right, everyone, the sun has set. Hear a bunch of birds getting ready for bed. It's quiet, but there's people here somewhere. All right, everyone, the sky's looking a bit pink. Over there's looking pink. Another hour, it'll be completely pitch black out here. And we've been monitoring the trail in all day. And the last people are on their way out of here. I don't even think you can see them anymore. They've progressed too far. Oh, you can see one right behind that birch tree. But we are officially alone again. I don't know if anyone else will show up or not. Those people definitely aren't making it back to the parking lot before dark. And Yeah, a lot of local people seem to just come and go from this place really fast. Just do it for the hike. There was a group of 5 people that was here, left about an hour ago. They only spent about 45 minutes here. These people only spent like 15 minutes in the building before turning around. Now we're completely alone again. Will there be any more visitors throughout the night? We don't know. But we're gonna play a game of hide and seek, and the good thing about it being so quiet, and now it's completely still. When we're setting up this tent, it was ready to blow away. It's nice, no wind, quiet out here. Everyone we've encountered today was nice. Waves to us coming in, leaving. In a place like this, I'm more concerned about who might show up in the middle of the night. I'm not really concerned about animals at all. We saw a lot of bear poop. I'm sure things like coyotes and raccoons roam these halls when no one's around. But nothing that really wants to hurt us. Alright, we're gonna go down in the hallways now. It's gonna be starting to get scary in here. It's already getting cold as soon as the sun set. Tonight's supposed to get down to about 46 degrees, around 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. In my opinion, since the wind is gone, it'll probably be a perfect night for sleeping. We've both got hoodies. There's a blanket in there. It's not that time of year where we gotta start lugging a sleeping bag. It's the perfect time of day. It's like twilight. It's so quiet. Every now and then, if we're walking around, we'll just pause. It's so quiet, you can still hear those people, the gravel they're walking through, and they're so far away already. We're gonna get the really big lights out in about an hour and go exploring the scary underground tunnels of this place. But for now, just a simple headlamp. We're gonna go down, maybe pick some more apples. I personally love them. I'm gonna probably eat dozens more of those tomorrow. They're small, and after every meal they help clean my teeth. Love it. Wow, check out the auditorium this time of day. Look at that graffiti. It's silver and it's reflective. It's so cool. You know, everyone, camera lights have come a long way. I'm just using a small lamp right now, a headlamp, and cameras these days can like absorb so much light. When I first started making videos, the camera didn't absorb light really good. If I was using just a headlamp, it would be pretty blurry. But this shows up good, and it'll show up amazingly once I use our bigger lights. But the bigger lights I'm not gonna pull out until it's completely dark because they only last about an hour a piece. While this headlamp I'm using lasts 3 hours, and I have like half a dozen of them. And here's someone's spoons. There was candles in there a few hours ago. Someone took them. Or one of the people that just left them lit in here, and it's gonna scare us. But I expect it now. Look at the sky. This is such a beautiful building. I admire how it's built. I love that boiler room. Those things are impressive. I love how this place made its own power, completely off grid. Even after 50 years, it hasn't been developed. It's an hour drive to the nearest town from the parking lot even, and still, tiny towns surround it. It's so rural. It's nice. And you can still walk around in here without lights. There's still enough natural light, probably for the next half hour. It's scary walking these halls. Is she gonna jump out at me around the corner? You in the kitchen or upstairs? upstairs. This place plays games with your brain. The echoes. Hello. I love how this building is. This entire 30,000 acre property is currently for sale for about 299,000 Canadian. That's about 190 something American. This place, in the shape it's in now, would need a few $1 million in restoration, I guarantee. Probably tens of millions, honestly. This place is basically destroyed, but it's a really cool abandoned building. This is the kind of thing that they'd probably want to bulldoze into a hole during a rainstorm to conceal the asbestos. But they also probably know there's a massive cleanup, oil spill, and other things here. It's a very hazardous building. Earlier today, when there was some kids exploring this place, they found an open manhole cover, and I hadn't yet looked at it. I heard them say it goes down underneath the prison. Okay. Look at this. That's a scary hole to be falling in the middle of the night. Alright, it doesn't go down to the steam tunnels. I honestly don't even know what this is for. Someone threw a chair down there. But I'm gonna go ahead and cover it back up. Yeah, look at the dead grass. Someone uncovered this a little while ago. That's thick enough to hold a person. So, by covering that up, could save someone from falling into that. Where are those geese? I hear geese. Oh, there they are. That's pretty on the horizon. The beautiful sunset. Beautiful. They were probably out here grazing somewhere. That little trickling stream down there is from those beaver ponds on the way in. Walking around here in twilight is absolutely beautiful. Wow. Getting scary out here. All right, I'm gonna pick some more apples for snacks tonight. I just picked this one up off the ground. I was like, woo! I touched the slug by accident, enjoying this apple. Put the slug back down. I want to pick some apples. I'm gonna look for bigger ones. Maybe they'll be sweeter. I'm looking for some big ones. I noticed the ones I picked weren't very ripe, but the ones that are completely red seem to be riper. And I was amazed. I ate at least half a dozen of these earlier, and none of them are rotten or anything. They got marks on the outsides from something, but they're all perfect as far as eating. I'm trying to pick the ones that are the reddest. They're not very big, but the red ones are sweeter. Nothing really in the middle. They're mostly high up. I think everyone else is eating them too, or the deer maybe took most of them that are low. We'll get more tomorrow. That's enough for a bedtime snack. All right, everyone. Here's looking at a cell, but the hallways of this place now are completely black. If I let my eyes adjust, I can see enough to navigate, but it's dark. This place is getting scary. Headlamps work really good. We even have a scary red setting. Look at that. One of my lights has a blue setting too. Scary. Listen for a sec. it's impossible to walk around in here without making some sort of noise. So we would know if we were with someone. Here's a sink that I was going to use as a ladder to get on the roof. But then I found the rain barrel, which was way better. Let's look out on the horizon, see if we can see anything. See, it's still twilight out there. And the camera can actually see better than the human eye in this type of light. So we can look around and see if anyone's coming in. And at this hour, I think it's extremely unlikely that somebody would be coming in without a flashlight, so that's another early detection. You know,
There's more stuff to burn.
Yeah, this may have been like a sleeping quarters of a guard, actually, if there's a whole bed in here. So, this is fake material. We're looking for something that's cotton that would be good for a torch, because any plasticky nylon material is gonna turn into like napalm as it falls to the ground. But cotton won't do that. It'll burn with the oil like a wick. That's what we need, something that we know is cotton. This towel here, maybe, actually. This might make a good torch to walk around all creepily with. All right, everyone. This flashlight is what I call the moonbeam. It's just a nickname for it I made. But you see it's on. Not too impressive, but 1, 2, 3, 4. It gets very bright, and if you hold the button, creates that little dot where you can highlight things. It's overexposing on the camera, but let me zoom in for you. I'm zooming way down the hallway, see? You can look at things with your naked eye really far away. It's really cool. This is a super powered flashlight, and you can look down there. It's also good. You can zoom in at buildings like this, so you can look in individual windows with it. It's like the sun. And when you push it, it has this little bar that starts up. It only lets you use it for a couple minutes at a time. See that bar? Well, like 20 seconds at a time. It generates a ton of heat, and it's so bright. Look, you can even see the dust in the air between the buildings, or the dew in the air, humidity, whatever you want to call it. That's cool for looking around all the buildings. It shines super far. We'll even be able to shine it later on the well house. All right, we're gonna get back up on the roof now. The sky's actually still super red. Still got a sunset. This building really retains heat. It was warm in there with the sun hitting on all that concrete. It's considerably colder out here. And it's because the air is completely still. It's not blowing the heat out of the building. I'm gonna try this flashlight again. This is like the first time really testing out this flashlight. All right, let's see if we can spot that well house that's way down there. Where is it? Wow, that beam is so cool for pointing out things far away. Wow. There's a lot of trees in the way to actually spot it. Oh, I see it now. I see it. This thing's cool. I've always had those flashlights that zoom in, but this thing goes super far. That's so cool. Keep it low. Conserve. So we're gonna need that tomorrow night. All right, everyone. Now we're walking back to the tent. And now we have such a wide open land to show you. Look at this beam. That's so cool. It's like holding a laser into the sky. Yeah, look at that. Even up in the sky, it's like a laser beam. That's so cool. Hey, we have company out here. I just heard an owl. I used to think they were coyotes, but they're actually owls. I heard a "Ow!" That was super cool to hear. All right, everyone, now that it's pretty dark, here's that towel we found. I think it's made out of cotton. It feels like something that's not completely fake, at least. I don't know how to wrap a torch, but I think it's good enough. We're gonna pour some fuel on it. Some of the fuel oil that we got downstairs. Gonna soak it. It'll probably drip a little bit, but I'm gonna hold it in a way it doesn't fall all over my hand. And now we're gonna walk around with an old-timey torch. And all the floors are concrete, so if we have to drop it, we gotta drop it. It's okay. I'll let that soak in for a bit, and maybe we'll find... Oh, look at this nasty sludge. Let that soak in for a bit. Maybe we'll use even more. Tomorrow we can always get a little more of this if it really works out nice. Look at that. Let it soak for a little bit. Then we'll go on a walk. And that'll be fun. Pretty good looking torch. Metal stick. And we're gonna light it once we get over to the door. Want no risk at all of setting a fire. I think it's pretty impossible, but I want to go where it's concrete and not tar beneath us. All right, everyone, we're in the building. The building's warm. Outside, I'd estimate is like 55 degrees. In here, it's almost room temperature. It's nice. All right, here we go. Lighting up the torch. Give it a minute. Once it gets going, it'll be super bright, and we'll walk around the halls in a creepy fashion. It's gonna be scary. Let's give it a minute to light up real good. All right. Give it a minute to spread around. That's gonna give us some good light, maybe for 20 minutes or so walking around. And good, it's real cotton. It's not falling apart like a piece of plastic. All right, let's walk around the building.
Ooh, that looks cool.
Yeah. It's generating a lot of heat. That's cool. That thing is so hot. One thing I learned, if we make another torch, make it a little bit smaller. My hand's getting a bit hot. Let's wander the cell blocks. It's making the room smell like bus exhaust.
Look at that. The smoke.
I'm gonna run down the hall with it. It gets bigger as you run because you're giving you more oxygen. Wow. And you feel that, right? It's making the hallway noticeably hotter. Want to hold it for a bit?
No.
Want to walk first? So I'm not suffocating you with it. You still recording?
Yep. It's okay, I'm okay.
Alright. It's like bus exhaust. Alright everyone, so I learned how to walk with it properly, where it doesn't produce too much heat. If I walk too fast, give it more air, it gets brighter. That's so cool. And it's producing so much heat right around me. Feels like it's super duper hot out. It's creating like bus exhaust, but I even see above you. It's like just by the ceiling. It's not even suffocating us, the exhaust. And this is a heavily ventilated building. There's not a single intact window or door. But I think this will actually run like 20 minutes. So we find another rag, we can make another one. For the next one, I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. This is a lot of heat.
Looks cool though.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Want to go into the boiler room? The wide open hallway, it's actually pretty nice. When I go through a tight space and it's got to be close to me is when it's not really bearable. So right here, I put the rest of the torch there. It completely disintegrated. We have enough oil right there. We'll maybe make one tomorrow. We'll try to find another towel. Towels are usually cotton because it's good at absorbing. Now, here's the really big 100,000 lumen flashlight. Let's see if this thing was worth the money. Let's see how much it lights this place up. That is low as it goes, 700 lumens. 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 22,000, 30,000, 60,000, and 100,000 lumens. It's like the sun. In a minute, you're going to hear the cooling fan kick in. I'm surprised it didn't. Well, it usually kicks in immediately. I guess it's because it's kind of cool out. It's got a sensor in there. But this thing gets hot enough to burn you. Look at that. Look how far away you can see everything. But for the most part, we're going to walk with it on low unless I'm really trying to show you something, because on high like that, you burn through the entire battery in like 20 minutes. On this low setting, 700, it supposedly, the instructions say it can last on this setting for about 40 hours. But I typically like to walk around with it. It's not showing me on the screen what lumen. I like to walk around with it on 10,000 because that's the brightest you can have it without the annoying cooling fan running. And once we're down in the hallways, that'll be adequate enough. This prison's so cool. Let me put you on panoramic and get it back on 100,000. See how much we can see out here into the field. Boom. It's a big light. Love that. You can even see the fog in the air. Look at the prison. Look at all the lights. And this thing, on its high setting, just the reflection off of objects, whether it's the ground, the trees, this thing's bright. It gives me a headache after a while. So I like to keep it down on a lower setting, like, here we are, 10,000. Let's make our way down to the scary tunnels that we haven't explored yet. It'll be fun. We waited all day to go down the scary tunnels until it was pitch dark because I didn't want to waste these lights. We only get to use them for a few hours. We have a bunch of diving lamps which operate, I think, at 15,000 lumens, a little brighter than what you're seeing now. But those things also, they have low settings. On high, they are good for maybe a half an hour, but you only get so much of these super bright lights. And I do have a couple battery changes for those dive lamps, which is cool. So this is the projection room. Let's shine our light into the auditorium. Looks cool. Let's head down to the steam tunnels. All right, everyone. I got my mask on now because the asbestos levels in the basement are insane. Because that's where all the plumbing is. Up here, there's some here and there. I don't know if it's in the plaster work. It's possible. Oh, the stairs are here. Got lost for a second. Alright, we're going downstairs into the scary steam tunnels. You know, it's sad that a lot of newer buildings don't heat with steam. It's so efficient. But the reason is it costs a fortune to install a steam radiator system. The radiators themselves cost a fortune. But they're very efficient for massive buildings. Now there's a maze of tunnels crossing between the wings of the building, not just under the hallways, because it's more efficient for steam. All right, this part of the basement still is flooded. That's why we both got big high boots on. So I see some fly larvae. Surprisingly, I'm not seeing mosquito larvae yet. You see a frog? Oh, that frog's hiding. We must have startled it. It's trying to hide from us underwater. But this is crystal clear water. It's like spring water with maybe a little bit of oil mixed in it. All right, look at these planks somebody set up. So right there, that's the area where the wardens lived, up there. We explored that earlier in the day. All right, a little bit drier in here. You gotta be careful because there's a bunch of holes. Not too deep, although some of them are super deep, like tunnels underneath the steam tunnels. This is just a dead end in here, behind this cage. Who knows what they used to store in here, but still super interesting. The floor is wet. That's keeping the asbestos at bay, which is a good thing. So what do you guys in the comments think? Do you think the prison at some point was storing stuff down here? Or this was solely just steam tunnels? Look at this, a whole nother one. Cool. We haven't reached the tunnels yet. These are just rooms underneath the prison. Because up north, having big open basements helps buildings stay warm. Okay. Be very careful going onto this bucket. That's a cooler. If I went down on that hard, I would have crushed it. I felt it. Oh, another frog. All right. Careful. All right. Look at these massive blowers. That's so cool. Have we been in this room before? I don't even know if we had. That's a ton of asbestos. And maybe I can show you the inner workings of this. So basically, you see the steam going in. It makes this really hot. It's gone. I'm guessing that was copper. You see where it grabbed onto a whole ton of pipes. I'm guessing it was copper because they're stolen. But there was a whole row here of coils, and the cold air blows through it, making it hot. Then it goes through all this ductwork. Look at all this mud. I believe this is the bottom of the elevator. Yep. Here's the bottom of the elevator shaft. It looks like just an electrical room. Maybe just a spot to work on the elevator. It doesn't look like the elevator actually opened down here for some reason. Look at that motor. Look how rusted that is. Severely rusted equipment. I think this was all underwater at some point. There's still some fuses over there in the box. Massive commercial-sized fuses. Another blower fan. This would have gone along the ductwork during long stretches. That is so cool. Look at the valves. Beautiful. Another little room. Ah, we've reached some steam tunnels. I don't know if this goes around the corner or not, but we're going to do some exploring. Deep below the prison. So we were just beneath the middle of the prison, like the cafeteria and gym. Now this is going underneath the courtyard to the main boilers. On the walls, there was a lot of brackets at one point. There was dozens of pipes going through this tunnel alongside us, covered in asbestos. Someone stole all the pipes, but did they even know what asbestos was? You know, I keep seeing kids and stuff playing in these places, and they don't seem to be aware of the asbestos at all. I've seen kids hang off these pipes covered in that stuff. They don't seem to understand the dangers of it. But this is the massive boiler room. It's just awesome. All right, we've already seen this part of the building. In here, I didn't show. More electrical room, shelves, pretty cool. And that's it for here. Now we're off through the steam tunnel to the far wing. Because you see, these pipes would have had to be twice the length, and they would lose their heat on the way to the far wing, and it would be like a colder area. But it cutting through under the courtyard is how they heat the building very efficiently with only one furnace. I don't know how this place was plumbed, but if it wasn't that cold, maybe they only ran one at a time. I am 100% seeing raccoon tracks in here. Raccoons sometimes use these tunnels. Yeah, look at the size of these pipes. These ones look like sewage pipes, honestly. They're big, and they're pointing downwards in the right direction towards the sewage treatment plant. Lots of asbestos. This place might have got cold. We're so far north that even this tunnel with steam pipes might have got cold enough for the plumbing to freeze. That's probably why even the sewage has insulation on it. So right here, it looks like maybe one set of fresh footprints, but for the amount of people that explore this in the daytime, it's mostly raccoon tracks down here. Light it up. It overexposes so much on the high setting that it's not even worth it. It actually kind of looks better in this lower setting. But this is cool, these racks holding the asbestos covered pipes. There was more pipes, I can tell, but someone took them. Oh wow, look at this. Someone lifted up this cover. Was that actually supposed to be there? I don't know, it looks like a garbage can lid. Here's another toilet pipe coming out of somewhere. This part of the tunnel's dry. I see some recent footprints. A lot of raccoon tracks. Maybe that's what we heard scurrying in here. So many people come, they leave food wrappers and stuff. Now, I'd be concerned if I saw bear tracks, but I'm not seeing that at the moment. More garbage can lids. Let's follow this. Okay, we can still go through here, but we got to go up a dark, scary ladder with some asbestos hanging on it. Okay, going up. I'll shine the light back down here. Another room full of asbestos. Yeah, look at that big 6, maybe 8-inch sewage pipe there. Okay, this area is drier. When we were here in the spring, there was water trickling around in here. Look at that, basement windows looking out. Now we're under the far wing. Look at the rust. I bet water's getting down this ventilation system from the roof. Just completely rusted out the bottom of it. There's a barn swallow's nest right there on top of that. Looks really nice. Here's more of those scary holes. Don't really go anywhere, most of them. Look at the ductwork. Kids probably knocked that down. I don't think it rusted, but that's cool. More of this insulation falling off the wall. Look at all the hangers. There was so many pipes running through this space when the prison was active. Such a nice working space in the basement here. I love it. I want to look inside that. Can't see anything. You know, suddenly this place isn't as scary as I thought. There's another hole full of water. And right there, that brick wall down there is close to where we started. So we have a little bit more to cover. Look at all these bricks. that were being stored down here. Are these just extra bricks from when they were building the prison? Are they fireproof bricks? I see some of them that have, let's look at that, fully intact, no one smashed it. Nice bricks that look like they were used in a bathroom. Some of them are finished. I think just extra parts probably when they were building the prison. That's cool. But you see kids throw them, smashed them. I bet when this place was abandoned, that was a really nice, neat pile. All right. Okay, we're back to the area of the warden's office. This right here, that door is where we came from, the stairwell. We went through that door. So we have not explored straight in front of us yet. You can see in here, somebody lit a fire. This is all burnt. Oh, no, it's just rotten actually. Nothing's burnt. Maybe this is where they stored extra furniture, but it looks like it's severely flooded, which probably started this. Here's a bed. It looks like a bed frame. All the pipes on the ceiling are missing. They scrapped all the iron. Oh, frog! Here's a pit. That looks like ice actually, but it's not. It's just pieces of insulation floating. That's a murky pit. Someone jabbed a pipe in there. I'm guessing it's not very deep like the other ones. Gotta be careful. There's probably tons of nails. I even see some sticking up. That's why we got steel soles in our big high boots. Here's some more ventilation. More air exchangers. Maybe air helpers. Are you okay?
Yep, I've hit my head.
Sorry.
Okay.
Here's one more pit. The water's not as clean here. I see mosquito larvae in that pit. Yeah, not very deep. Too deep for your boots, though. This prison has such a cool basement. Oh, I know where we are. Here's that chair I was mentioning as like a barber's chair from earlier. This is cool. We can maybe circle back around again. Look at the lights hanging from the ceiling. Massive fluorescent lights. Oh, another frog. I bet the raccoons love the frogs that are trapped down here. These ones aren't trapped in oil though, so that's the good thing. Like that frog I rescued from the oil pit earlier. Like, yeah, see the amount of space there to the double doors? These frogs are literally getting trapped in here, but I guess it's good for the raccoons. The only way the frog would ever get out are those stairs right there, but I don't think a frog's smart enough to know it can hop up those stairs. There's a couple of them in here. You'll probably find another one. Oh! Oh! I saw, I think, a big mouse. I don't think it's a rat. Rats are actually an invasive species, and it wouldn't survive out here in the wilderness with no heat source. Wow, look at all the carvings. Hopefully this isn't some kind of asbestos. I don't know what this insulation is. But that's why we're wearing masks. Want to circle around one more time?
In here?
Yeah, anywhere.
Yeah,
or
sure.
We can go back up and walk through the cell blocks.
Yeah.
Because now that we know the steam tunnels aren't that complex, it'll be less scary when we search the building tomorrow night for anyone that might be hiding in here with us. There's the apple tree. Gonna eat some apples when we get back up there for dinner. And I'm gonna take the mask off for a little bit. Everyone, I'm looking around in one of the guards' like rooms. They had like their own little apartments and stuff. And look, there's even like a little window here, I guess, looking into like this, you know, into the hallway. It was probably one-way glass or something back then. Maybe I had a curtain over it. I don't know. There's a couch. Just look at the side of it, how it's wood. It looks pretty old. It may have been here in the prison back then. Over here we have a countertop, press board. I don't know. You know, some of this stuff looks kind of modern. Look at the storm door here. Look at the handle. It looks like something my mom just installed on her house a few years back. Some of this stuff looks new. In one of the cells, I found a stainless steel outdoor cooking grill. It looks new. So it's hard to judge how much of this stuff was actually used by the guards and how much of this stuff was just brought in here for camping, how much of it was dumped in here. Because who knows, when this place was first abandoned, I don't know. That road was probably in good shape. You could probably just drive here. Maybe someone was like, what's the word for it? Just, you know.
Oh, it looks like it's carpet here.
Yeah, it's big carpet in here too. I'm trying to figure out if someone was just staying here, making it their own free place, or if this was actually stuff from the warden, because, you know, a lot of this seems modern. Just seems modern. I don't know how much of that is actually from the 70s or earlier. This stairwell, for some reason, was boarded up last time we were here. I wonder if it's dangerous or something. I don't know. It was boarded up. I have no idea why, but we can take it. Or do you want to keep this exploring down here?
We can go up if you want.
All right. This does not go down to the basement. This is probably just an emergency exit. The second floor hallway here from nearly 2 hours ago, it smells like bus exhaust from that torch I was walking through here with. There's no wind tonight at all. Nothing even to blow the exhaust out of the hallway. Random shelves. They had a bonfire right here at one point. Even the door jamb is burnt. I see there's smoke bombs everywhere. Other kinds of fireworks. That would have been cool to bring smoke bombs. All right, let's check on our tent. See our tent over there? Full power. There's our tent. Super cool. We've explored this whole place tonight. We know our way around now by heart. It's no longer a maze. I can get anywhere in the building and not be confused. Look at this. She just found another cotton towel. So we're gonna make another torch, walk around the building a little more, have some fun. Tomorrow we're gonna be pretty bored here. So we can use that time, get another Gatorade bottle of fuel, make more torches tomorrow night. We have all day tomorrow to look for more towels and debris people left here. Explore literally every single cell looking for anything, because there's 800 cells. We haven't even looked in a fraction of them. Tomorrow's just going to be a hanging out day. And it's nice to see we have it all to ourselves tonight. I don't really think anyone's going to show up. And that's good. Let's go back up to the roof and make another tarp. Look at this. It says projection room. I showed that earlier in the video. But up here, it says barber shop. So the barber shop is probably this room here. See, it's got bars over it for when they're closed. no one could get something dangerous like scissors, I guess. And upstairs is the projection room. You know, I'm so used to thinking of prisoners where you have to keep everything away from them, you know? You can't even give them a regular toothbrush in the newer prisons. But this was the lowest amount of security you could possibly have. People were allowed, or the prisoners were out in the fields, working the fields, no guards at all, things like that, because they know by working here in the farm, they'd get a reduced sentence. If they try to run off when they're caught, they're not coming back here. They're going in a hardcore prison with a lot more security. So that's what kept this place nice. I feel like this place makes people turn out better, less likely to reoffend, but I don't know why. People think these places are very cruel. All right, everyone. I'm going to make another torch the same way we made it before because it was successful. So I did that at an angle, the way I was wrapping it. Don't know if this is the right way, but it worked. Then the end of it, I just found a place to tuck it in real tight. And it worked. The last torch burned for over a half an hour, completely burned out. Maybe I put too much fuel on it, I don't know. But here we have more fuel oil. Just let it soak on in. We can get more oil in the morning. There we go. Look at the sludge there in the bottom of the tank. And now we can light it on up. I have another lighter right here. We can walk around the halls again for like another half hour with that fuel. It'll catch back up. Just give it a minute. It'll catch. Give it a few minutes. It'll spread all the way around that. Walking around this giant building, running around, hiking out here. This is the most exercise I've had in months. It was awesome. So much fun.
I think this is where we found that metal piece. Yeah. Wait.
I think we put it upstairs.
You did?
Well, tomorrow we'll find more towels, make more torches.
Okay.
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
it's going to my face.
Yeah, you want to hold it to your side, not in front of you when you're running.
Okay. Look at that spiral.
Cool, it's a fire-nado. Look at that. Keep walking. That's so cool. I'm zooming on it. That's so cool. Yeah, the exhaust following behind you is not even bad. It's all sticking up by the ceiling. Smile. This is cool.
Turn off your headlamp. I want to see if it looks like it's just...
Complete darkness now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tries to climb up the pole if you walk too fast. Just have it slightly curved back when you're walking. Back, not up. Like behind you. Yeah, like that. That helps it not climb as fast. Yeah, it's still doing it. You'll get the hang of it. Someone in the comments will tell me, don't real torches like this, when they make them, have some kind of like ring that stops the fire from coming down? Like a kayak has a ring to stop water from coming down the handle of the paddle. Yeah, it'll get smaller. As the fuel heats up, it's becoming flammable, not just combustible. Fire! Whoa!
Statue of Liberty. Okay.
Upstairs, this is exactly where our tent is, right above us. And when there was people walking up there and we were down here, you can hear it because the concrete's pretty thin. You see it's how it's cracking and stuff. That's just going to show where it's going to fail in the future. The concrete's not that thick, only a couple of inches. And honestly, this light fixture, it's probably only like an inch before the roof. But what I just noticed is there's no water upstairs. It's super dry where we're camping, but every stalactite is wet on the end of it. And they're slowly dripping. If you listen carefully in the prison, it's all you can hear. It's so quiet. All you hear is little drips coming from all the stalactites. And we're back. That's the rest of the torch. Now that we threw it in that pan and opened it up, it'll be out in a couple of minutes. Tonight's really cool. If I shut my light off, let my eyes adjust, the sky's beautiful. There's so many stars. See, you can see a couple super bright ones on the camera. It doesn't pick up as many as I can see, I don't think, but even in the distance, there's something red glowing. I don't know if that's Mars or something, but it's been there for over an hour. It's not a plane. It's really cool. Completely silent. Every now and then we hear the rumble of the train in the distance, sometimes airplanes. I don't know if you can see the horizon line yet. You can see it a little bit. You can still see very slightly where the sun went down. And that was 2 hours ago. Close to 3 hours now. I love when you're far north like this and it's just quiet. Oh, there's the thing I was mentioning. Might be another planet. You see how it's, I don't know. It's been there a while. Maybe it's a satellite or something. I don't know. It's red and it's not flickering to my naked eye. With the flickering you're seeing, I think it's the fire burning behind me. That's not flickering in real life. But it is some kind of red ball in the sky anyways. All right. We're going to be getting in the tent soon. I think I might eat a few apples in the tent before bed. Or maybe I'll save them for breakfast. All right, everyone. I'm just out here right now enjoying the stars. On the horizon, there's a glow. I'm assuming the moon's over there. I just looked at the forecast for the moon, and it says the moon would be coming up at 6:04 a.m., and the sunrise this time of year is 6:45. So if we happen to be up at that hour, we might get a glimpse of the moon, but today and tomorrow are nights where there's just not going to be a moon. It would be pretty cool to be here with a full moon. You'd be able to walk around without lights. At least on the roof, you'd see the outline very clearly. Tonight, you can't see the outline of the roof at all. I can't even tell where the roof is unless I turn my light on, which is scary to walk around without lights. And imagine if there was a thin layer of snow with a full moon. That'd be so cool to be walking around in. That looks amazing from out here putting the lantern on fire mode.
Okay.
That looks really cool. Time for me to get in the tent. Just took the big high boots off. I think this is the longest, definitely the most walking I've ever did at once wearing the big high boots. My socks are wet. I feel like I could squeeze sweat out of them. I got so sweaty walking around in those things. And those are the only shoes I brought. Tomorrow's going to be hotter, so I'll be even wetter tomorrow running around the prison all day. All right, everyone, just like I described, in here, everything is over where the third person would supposedly sit in this 3-person tent, but there's really only room for 2 people if the gear is in here out of the rain and where no one would steal it. We kept this window open so we can look out across the entire open field for flashlights or anyone that might be coming if we're up. And I was dumb this trip. Somehow only brought 1 charger, so we're just taking turns. This is a very powerful charger, so it can charge our phones in like an hour apiece, but it's okay. Just found out something right here, which is an issue. We felt it all the way through the mat. Where is it? right here, all the way through the mat. If I pushed, there's a sharp screw or nail sticking up there. I'm going to try to reach underneath the tent and smack it with something to try to knock it over. Or at least I got to put something underneath the tarp over that nail. All right, I just went outside and crawled underneath the tent with a headlamp. See this? Stuck in the tar, sticking up. It's just a sharp rock, see? It felt like a nail, but it wasn't. Still, it's the only one we've felt so far like that, and it'll be more comfortable now. All right, everyone, we were missing a can of beans that we thought we brought. We were using these to hold down the tarp so it wouldn't blow away earlier when it was windy. It's underneath the tarp. There's a can right there. We think it's the beans. Let's see what it is. Right there. Over here, we got some apples and things for a late time snack. Brushing teeth again. Right here. Right here. Go. You see them?
No. Oh.
Yeah, all right. Was it the beans?
Beans.
Yep, it was beans. I love these beans. They taste so good, just like maple syrup. Yay, beans. I'm going to have this for breakfast. Good night, everybody. Good morning, everyone. It is now 5:58 in the morning. The sun is finally starting to rise. Another half hour, it'll be light enough to walk around again. This is what it looks like to our human eye. Not looking like much. This is the camera adding some light. But to the naked eye, I can see around the whole field. If we look out the other side of the tent, we open the window. You can start to see the outline of the prison buildings already. We heard a bunch of Canadian geese flying over about a half hour ago. They woke up real early. Not a single person showed up at night. And we just realized yesterday was Labor Day. So today's the actual weekday. So I don't think anyone will really show up today. Definitely not as many people yesterday. We'll start exploring in a little bit. Gonna have breakfast soon. It was a bit chilly last night, but thankfully there's absolutely no breeze. It would have been a lot worse. Last night was about 46 degrees, 8 degrees Celsius. Tonight will be much warmer, 55 degrees, around 12 degrees Celsius. It'll be a warmer night. It's breakfast time. Beans and soup. The sun is slowly getting brighter. You can hear some birds. We'll go exploring in about a half an hour. All right, everyone. Emerging from the tent for the first time. Down by the river. You see a gigantic cloud of fog rolling off it. Beautiful. A little bit of fog down here by the stream. But look at this fog. It's just really beautiful. Look at the fog rolling in. That's so cool. All right, everyone, I've been time-lapsing for about an hour. I thought the sun was going to come up over there, but I was wrong. There was a big streak of light over there about 20 minutes ago. It went away. It got too cloudy. But I'm going to start time-lapsing again because here comes the sun right now. Just wanted to give you an update. It is 47 degrees Fahrenheit, But I want you to see how warm it is in the building. I'm gonna go run this in the building, and then I'll show you in like 10 minutes after you watch the sun come up in the time lapse. All right, everyone. The sun is finally up. Look at that. You can even see my shadow back there on the building. Sun is finally up. Just came up within the last few minutes. Suddenly, the area is much warmer. Instantly warmer. I love it. There's some clouds getting in the way of the sunrise, but it's filtering through. It's supposed to be a full sunny day, not a cloud in the sky, the forecast says. Can no longer see my shadow on the building. Barely. All right, I'm in the projection room now. And inside the building is 55 degrees. So the building is 8 degrees warmer than outside. It's just because there's no wind all night, no wind. The heat of yesterday's sunshine just stayed here in the building. Look at the spot of sunlight. It's out from that cloud now. Yep, we're out from that cloud, it looks like. Yep. Still being filtered, not full sunshine yet, but it's getting there. Look at that. My shadow's back. Today at the prison, I'm not going to record too much since I've shown you the whole place, just any new highlights. Look at this. There's a little evergreen, couple little evergreens. The majority of the trees on the roof are birch. And down here, there's actually a couple willows somehow got up here. It's 8 a.m. and I hear mallard ducks. I hear lots of geese flying around. The sun is now completely up there into the clouds. Don't know how long that'll last. Here we have a coming and going signal. Sometimes there's no service. Sometimes there's one bar useless. Sometimes there's 2 bars and you have slow internet where you can check the weather or something. Sometimes it says emergency calls only. I don't know what depends on that. I know when I used to live in the city at night, the data would get faster, I assume because less people were on it. And when I'm out in the country on the outskirts of towns, the internet seems to get stronger at night. I assume that was because people weren't on it. But this place seems to have better service in the day for some reason. I don't know why, but I don't know if we'll have company or not over here. I heard a boat go by, I think. It's so quiet, you can hear even that river down there that takes a good 10 minutes to walk to if you were speed walking. Definitely heard a boat motor. It makes a very distinct rumble. ATVs make a distinct rumble. The train goes by every couple hours. It makes a distinct rumble. Those engines are so loud. You can hear that thing clearly through the countryside, even all these miles away. You can hear airplanes. They all make distinct noises. Haven't seen or heard an ATV in the day we've been here. Have one more day. We'll probably pack up around 10 tomorrow morning. Give it enough time for the dew to be off the tent. Because right now it's still dewy at 8 a.m. Today's going to be a warmer day. I'm considering taking a bath. That river's kind of muddy, you saw. We have yet to go to the creek, although it's so close. With the big high boots, the grass is nothing. I just haven't gone to it yet. but we're gonna have to make a trip there to brush our teeth and stuff. Got to conserve the water a little bit more. We have 24 hours and 3 water bottles each. We each have 2 energy drinks left. Those are for the mornings. I'm honestly not tired. I ate about 12 apples so far. You saw in that time lapse that just eat them, throw the pits off the roof. Maybe another tree will grow. The redder apples are actually pretty sweet. But for some reason, whatever kind of apple is growing here, it dries your mouth out as you're eating them. And no, it's not a crab apple because I've had those, and those are extremely bitter and usually very, very teeny. I think I found a worm in one. I don't know. Something rotten there in the center. I don't know if that was a worm or something, but that was my first cut. I ate the rest of it. Never found any more crevices like that. This building, since I've been up the past couple hours, makes creepy noises. No one's here. Just every now and then you hear something move. It's so quiet. There's so much debris in there. It's bound to happen. This place would be really good for the apocalypse. I like keeping watch up here during the day. You can see quite a ways there. At least 10 minutes before anyone shows up. Over here towards the river, a couple people came there yesterday, but I don't think that'll happen today. I think a lot of people coming to explore because it was a holiday weekend. It's got awesome lines of sight. This is going up a mountain, so I think anyone's unlikely to come from there. Didn't expect how long it took the sun to come up over this little mountain right here. That's why this road goes out and back around. Just was easier than going up and over this hill, especially with the really bad winters this place experiences. This place is a lot colder in the winter than Maine, where I live. A lot further north. You look down right here, the canopy in the front. There's a fire pit down there. So this area in the summer gets to the point where there's only like 5 or 6 hours of nighttime. Huge days. The days are still super long for September compared to what I'm used to being up here. And come winter, it'll be the opposite. You'll have like 18-hour, 19-hour nights. And it gets really, really cold during those big nights like that. Up in places like this. This place has the best echoes. Listen to this. Oh! You hear that? Really creepy. But don't be alarmed. Look. It's just a pigeon. There's pigeons in here walking on top of the ductwork. That startled me. Oh, pigeon went out the window. These flowers here smell amazing, and they attract a lot of butterflies. This hill's a lot steeper than I thought. I'm not even to the bottom yet. Well, we made it to the creek. Look at it. This is all it is, literally. Can you see the water sitting here? It's basically just water sitting in a ditch. I don't even detect the trickle. It has to be, but it's so slow. This grass, stand this up. That's higher than my face. It's just pushed over a little bit. It's very wet. Jacket's getting wet. If you look at the stream on Google Maps, it's flowing pretty heavily. There's also a bridge on the map somewhere. Who knows? It could have got washed away. The Google images of this place could have been years ago. I know out in the country sometimes they don't upgrade those satellite images for a decade. And from the stream, there's probably a 70, 80 foot strip of just aquatic grass, but it's not as tall as that stuff. So my big high boots are keeping me dry through all this morning dew. Just imagine back in the day when this was mowed. That little creek would have looked amazing, especially after a rainstorm. But we got all this elevation here. This prison would take so much water to ever actually flood. I'm probably walking up a 60-foot hill, probably more. Got a little trail here that other people made, but no one wanted to go down to the actual water, I guess. If I listen carefully, you hear another train. This prison just got a lot more scary, especially going on a walk around these halls alone. The elevator shaft has air gushing up out of it from the basement because of temperature difference, and pigeons, as you walk around the building, randomly go out the window. Like, maybe that's a usual thing here in the morning, but we didn't see any pigeons yesterday. So the basement has air going in the windows, cold air seeping in, hot air getting pushed up through the shafts. There's breezes through all the stairwells. Yeah, downstairs is actually quite cold. Basement's very cold. But it's very warm here on the second floor. And even warmer when we get up into that projector room. Pigeons love this room for some reason. Probably because the floor in here has so much sheetrock dust, asbestos dust. They're using it as a dust bath to clean themselves of mites and things. It suffocates. Birds need to move around in the sand to keep themselves clean. And I'm imagining that's why they like this room. There's also, after rainstorms, a flood on the ceiling. A flood on the roof. We had another friend here, but it's flying away. It was a seagull. It was just on the roof, but it flew away. There's another pigeon too. Wow, everyone, check out this death trap here. Someone peeled it so you'd get cut if you fell on it. Maybe you wouldn't fall down, but look at this. All the way down to the basement. About the equivalent of 4 stories. This is the same duct that we saw hanging on the ceiling last night, and a whole big strip of it fell down onto the basement floor. Must be for an air exchanger. Goes all the way downstairs. It's either blowing out or clean air intake for the furnace or something like that. This building is built very symmetrical, so it makes me think, if this cover wasn't here, if this damper wasn't here to shut it, then probably this would go way, way down there too. Yeah, I think if this whole cover was to be ripped off, which it's pretty loose, you can almost lift it up, that probably goes right down to the basement too. Big death trap. Let's see what it sounds like. It sounds like there's something in the way. There's no way those pebbles went down 4 stories. It's odd. It's not symmetrical. Maybe there's another damper. So with the dampers, maybe they shut them in the winter and this is just moving air around the building in the summer months. Because there's definitely wasn't air conditioning here. Doesn't really need to be. It never really gets that hot up north. Wow, the cover actually lifted right up. That's so cool, the mechanism that opens it. It's got a line coming in, so I'm assuming pressurized oil, like a hydraulic, is what moves this thing and opens it. That's really cool. Looking down there. Yeah, this one goes all the way down too. The pebbles didn't sound like they dropped that far, but I guess they did. All right, I'm gonna need both hands to lower that thing back down. Very few people venture onto the roof, but yesterday we went up here and see that air duct where the wasp nest was inside. All of these openings used to have a cover like that to keep rain out of them, but since vandalism and illegal scrapping took all these things away, these ones are wide open, rain goes right down them, sits in the ductwork, and it rusts out. Just like we saw last night in the basement, a bunch of ductwork was just rusted right through from rainwater getting down it. We're playing hide and seek now, and in order to get to me where she is now, she has to go through this corridor. I'll see her through one of these windows, so I'll know what floor she's choosing, so I can try to avoid.
We are playing hide and seek, and I am going to try to find a special someone.
She's making a lot of noise upstairs right now because she wants it to be harder to find me this time. She doesn't want to hear what direction I might be going in. This time I'm gonna try hiding in the cafeteria. This freezer here goes around a scary corner. Do I want to wait in here? Someone's been pooping in here. Look at these candles. Those are the ones that went missing yesterday. Someone put them in here. Found them. I think I want to be more in the other room. Downstairs is off limits, the basement. She's up there. Hopefully she doesn't just come right down and get me again in just 5 minutes. It's a big building, but we gotta get better at hiding. If only I could somehow get in these easily. Or if I could get up on top. Nothing says we can't do that. If I could find a way on top of this thing before my time is up, I have 2 more minutes. Yeah, I think I can climb on this shaft right here. Hey, someone stole the bearings. If I can get on top of this giant oven and lay down up there kinda, I don't think she'll get me. I gotta get up there. Pretty stable up on these old ovens. I came up through here, I was able to use the breaker box as like a ladder. Now if I hear it coming, I'm gonna just lay right here, I guess. I can hear she's right upstairs in the like the stage area. All right, I gotta be quiet. She's coming down the stairs. Hoping she comes in here and leaves. That's my goal.
Maybe it's worthless using the cell blocks. Let's check downstairs.
No matter the amount of noises I make, she doesn't realize where I am. Woo! I don't even think she searched this floor yet.
Let's see. Uncle's feet! Someone's hiding in this rotisserie chicken cooker. Let's see. Where's the Uncle's feet? he's not there, not there. Maybe he's in here. Something moved. He has to be in here. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh. What the fuck? Is he up there? That's not fair.
I'm still not in the basement. That was off guard.
Okay.
Still somewhere.
Well, how could I even get up there? I couldn't even get up there myself.
This room was perfect because this is all blocked off. Any loud noise I made projected me that way, my voice. So it sounded like I was in that building. This was a really hard hiding spot here. If I didn't make noise, she would have just left. I threw a little pebble giving hints because that was a hard one. And I'm sure I would have been able to stay in there a long time. But while I'm waiting, I got 4 more minutes to wait. What is this cool machine with this belt? Is that one of those conveyor pizza ovens or something? I don't know. Does anyone know what this conveyor belt is for? What is this used for in a kitchen? If it's even supposed to be in this room. There's a lot of good hiding spots. Imagine if I could get up in there somewhere. But I gotta wait in this room and wait. I got 1 more minute. Does anyone know what this is? What's this gap on top of all the doors? What is that? Like, was there some kind of special cart when they pull it off the truck from the loading dock? Is there something that like pushes a button that opens these doors so they don't, release too much of the freezer coldness or get too much cold into the heated building from the loading dock? I'm guessing that's what this mechanism was. But it is time. Ready or not, here I come! All right, we're off into the building. I'm gonna do a quick check of the first floor first. I didn't hear much walking, so I'm assuming somewhere pretty close. Wow, it's really cold there in that little gap. I haven't even looked in these rooms right here the entire time we've been here. Been here more than a day. I didn't even look in these little rooms yet. Urinals. Closet right here. This utilities. This is cool. I never even saw this part of the prison. Cool. I didn't even know this was here. Gotta show her this later. Although, this is gonna be my next hiding spot. Look how rusted out that ductwork is. Oh my gosh, I don't even think she knows this is here. This is my new hiding spot. Hopefully she's not close enough to hear me talking. This cell's got a bug net on it. Someone definitely stayed in there a night. They're very easy to close off. Wait, this one's dark and boarded up. It's scary. Scary stairwell. What about in here? It's very easy to just walk right by someone behind a corner. You gotta go slowly. And I don't think there's enough room for someone to hide behind one of these like that snugly unless you're super skinny. It's basically how I was found the first time. I don't think I'll have her hide in one of these again. Unless there's objects. Better search in here. Clear this part of the building so I don't have to come back. No one's here. I have a feeling she's on the other side of the building, but we're gonna head back over there right now. Just gonna do a walkthrough of the second floor wing. It's also giving me a good chance to check our perimeter. Gotta look in here. Even though this is where I was found. No one. What about this side? No one's here. I didn't hear anything. I couldn't hear a single thing from that room I started in. So if you choose a soundproof room to hide in, if you're found there, you can have trouble. I gotta check every room. All right, our perimeter is clear. This is a weekday, no holiday, so I don't think we're expecting any guests. And I heard something move down here. It sounded like it's in this cell block. I don't even need to check this area because I hear noise coming from the far cell block. Or maybe it's coming from the cafeteria. This place. Wait, I think the noise is coming from up here, but this place is kind of hard to pinpoint certain noises. So echoey. I might be hearing pigeons again, but I gotta check. I guess the more rounds we play, more boundaries will be set. We never really made the roof off units. I was thinking maybe she was in the tent, but I just heard a noise. It sounds like it's still probably that way. The pigeons that are in this place are making noises, and it's making this game more and more confusing. So I gotta clear this cell block and then go downstairs, because any noise I heard, any hint I thought I had is gone. Nothing. All right. She just screamed, giving me a hint. And it's back in the main building somewhere. All right. So I don't think I really have to check this hall. Finally found you, but with some hints, just like I did towards the end. I didn't even have to ask what floor it was, but good hiding spot. I was in here. I was literally right here hearing noises I thought were pigeons, but maybe it was you.
It was me.
All right. No more pigeons? Have you seen any?
Nope.
See? This place plays tricks on you. I thought you for sure you were over there, but actually where I started off from, I couldn't hear where you actually went. So I went all that cell block, all the way upstairs, through every single hallway I went through. And how much time is there to spare? All right, that was 12 minutes. All right, so it's my turn to hide?
Yep.
You were hiding in here, this teeny little spot. Oh, it doesn't go down that far, but there could have been a scary rat or something in there. All right, everyone, it's 11:57, and I have until 11:02 to hide, and you guys already know where I'm gonna choose. I don't think she knows about that part of the building. She's upstairs making noises again because she wants it to be harder. She doesn't want to hear where I'm going, so she sounds pretty muffled. I don't think she was able to hear me, so maybe that's where guards were, looking over the lunchroom, because this looks like where they were cooking. Maybe the prisoners were making food here too. I know they do that at a lot of prisons. Maybe that's how they overlooked. Also, there's windows looking over the lunchroom. That's cool. I didn't even notice that until just now. And we've been at the prison a whole day. And we've been here before. So, this is super cool. Hopefully she doesn't know about this. And just like the guards, I can look down and I don't think she'll know I'm up here. This is cool. It's very dark and dingy though. Alright, just making sure the floor is solid. Look at this. Look at the view. And it's dark in here. She probably won't notice me unless I make a noise. This is very mushy. Like a couch or something. It looks like, yeah, they may have. This looks like couch springs, I think. The guards had a couch. They were sitting here looking over the lunchroom. I really admire how this place is built. Look at this. Stuck in there, drilled in there, just like rebar. They put it together, then they put this mesh over it like chicken wire, then they smear the plaster. It's so cool how they used to build these places without any junk sheetrock. Because this stuff, it falls apart when it's humid, but it doesn't mold, which is cool. I'm gonna throw this locker, like flip it over later on to give her a hint of position, but I don't think this exists. We've explored this place for a while and neither of us have ever gone up here that I know of. So rusty, look at that.
I'm looking for the post-it note. Instead of saying hide and seek, we say Unca's feet. Unca's feet! He might be above top floor. I hear him somewhere. He's here. I think he's here. He didn't even come across the staircase before. So there is this very discreet looking staircase. Pretty sure he's here.
If I wasn't making those sounds, would you have found me here?
I wanted to hide here.
So you knew about this?
I knew about this place. I was trying to find it the first time.
I didn't even... Yeah, I just found it half hour ago while looking for you. I didn't even know this was here. How long did you know?
The first time, I was like, oh, this would be a good hiding space, but I couldn't find it the last time.
Last time we were here?
No.
Months ago?
No. Couple hide and seeks ago.
Alright, I didn't even know this was here. This is so cool. This is how the guards used to watch over the lunchroom and probably the prisoners making the food. Alright, I came down. We got 30 seconds left before this is going to be the hardest video I've ever edited. This is a real long video, but I know a lot of people have been begging me to make one really long. Haven't heard anything above me, so she's out somewhere. I got a feeling it's in there, but I was up there, and from that angle, I can't tell if she continued straight into the office area. I really don't know, but it's time.
Found this perfect hiding spot near the front of the building. Just close this up a bit more if I can. It's okay, it's good. Now we wait.
Ready or not, here I come! Can't trust noises because of the pigeons. Just got a feeling it's this way. Because it's too easy to find someone in the cell blocks. I feel like she's gonna be up front here somewhere. Got a good view, confirm no one's coming for at least 10 minutes. I'm gonna start searching these rooms here. Start with the downstairs. I just heard her yell. It was faint. Could be upstairs here, but I don't even think it's in this area now. I'm gonna look upstairs anyways. All right, 100%. Not even in this wing of the building. It was faint. The noises I heard, but I feel like it's the cell block underneath our tent right here. Somewhere along that wing. Don't know what floor. I feel like this will be much easier if she's hiding in a cell block. So hopefully she gives me another hint before I go down there. Hello? No hint. It's so hard to tell. I feel like it's here. It was faint, so it's down the hall or upstairs. All right. I'm getting closer, but it's definitely not the first floor. Maybe she's on the roof. We didn't set a boundary about that. Woo! I think she's on the roof. All right, there's been no one here all night, and I smell fresh spray paint. She may have tested a can or something. Nope. Nope. Not on the roof. Back in the cell blocks. In these places, it's so easy to channel your voice and trick during these games. Maybe I'm gonna check that one more time, the very first hiding spot. Okay. Nope. I feel like I'm getting close because it's suddenly super quiet. All right, now it sounds faint again. I don't know if she's moving around, taking that risk in the halls. Now we're the bottom floor. Haven't checked here yet. It sounded distant, so maybe down there. Don't think it's here. Too open. This hallway's a mess. I found a broken DVD. There's a space heater in here. Canned food. But I bet that heater still works if it's got a cord. I've checked this room so many times. I was just here, I feel. Now it sounds like outside. I'm running out of time. I think she's purposely channeling her voice and purposely getting quiet in certain areas to throw me off. I feel like she's in that tent. Or somewhere in that part of the building hiding around a corner I'm missing. It's hard to search 800 cells. Sounds like this building again. So maybe she like blocked the voice, or she's maybe in this room. So when she yells out that window, it sounds like it was over here. I gotta get back in here, which means, you know, through here is blocked off, so I gotta go down 3 flights of stairs. Gotta get all the way to the ground floor. Then I gotta go back up into there. Running out of time. I'm in those rooms I was suspecting. Closet. Home car? This is insane. Now it sounds like back in the main prison. I think I'm gonna run out of time on this one. Guess I'll try the first floor again. Gotta be hiding in one of those. Okay, wait. Only have a few minutes left. She's probably on this wall. She's able to project her voice into sound like that building. I'm assuming. All right, we only got a few more minutes. What floor are you on? All right, I'm on the first floor. I've been up this hall at least 3 times now. Gotta be behind a corner. Have you been moving around or just projecting your voice amazingly? First floor. Huh. I see your hat. I see you. Damn, you projected your voice awesome. I went in there like 3 times. I was a room away. Huh? It's so hard to tell where voices are coming from in this place.
That's the awesome part about it.
Yeah.
I was screaming out from here, so you don't think I'm here.
Yeah, I thought you were up here. Then you were quiet when I was at the end of there. So I thought you were down there. And you saw me going back and forth?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. All right, so my turn to hide?
Come find me first.
I found you already.
Nay. You have to come to the exact same spot I am.
Okay. Well, one more turn for me to hide before lunch?
One more time for you to hide.
And then we'll do it at night?
Yep.
Maybe even more off camera.
So 12, 15, or 14.
Yep. Okay. I'm gonna go hide.
Okay.
All right, she went out the front door, but it's possible that she heard me come up here. So what I'm doing right now is taking a few items and just throwing them in the prison hallways to make it sound like I'm further away, hopefully. I was able to get a pretty good brick and get it in there, so hopefully that's enough to throw off. But if you don't tread lightly, you can hear Rick's footsteps down below because all the insulation is gone. It's just thin concrete. I'm gonna hide in this secret room with a locked door right behind that corner. It might be obvious, but I don't know. I think she's waiting right below outside, so I gotta be careful going in here not to make a single noise. I don't know. With all this wind, I'm not gonna be able to hear where she is. Is it cheating to step down here onto this rooftop? I don't know. The thing is, with the wind on the trees, I can't hear a thing. She just started. And I don't don't know if I should get back in there somewhere where the wind isn't obstructing my hearing. Alright, it's time to eat. Wow, 2 hours of running around the prison. Time to eat. I'm thirsty.
Me too.
Yeah, that door there is locked. That's why people busted a hole through it. Although for a little while I jumped down there onto that front porch awning. But I came back in the room. As I'm waiting to go seeking, I keep finding all kinds of random cool stuff. Is that light bright? How many laps around this building do you think is a mile? I'm sure we walked a couple of them today. Never wore waders this long. Look what it's causing. I've never had blisters this bad from waders or boots. I'm getting these big rings with the hair follicles getting bubbly on both of them. That's just where the crease is. It's time for the crows. Look at this. There's a whole murder of crows here for us. Look at that. Quite the variety of birds. The pigeons are gone, the seagulls gone. Lunchtime. I'm on my third container of clams. Temperature is pretty hot. It's reading 85 there in the shade, but we are on the hot roof, which is basically like a hot parking lot. And some beans. In a moment, we're gonna take a walk down to the river, and we are gonna take a bath. We haven't had any type of bath in 5 days. We're pretty stinky. Found something new today. Either a big radio tower or a guard tower, something like that. I love these cliffs and rocks all over the place. So right now we're on our way to the river to take a bath.
Scary, huh?
Alright everyone, I'm thinking about jumping in the water now. Just saw a frog. It gets murky fast. Just brushed my teeth in it before I really disturb it. It's clean water, but I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to get out of here with what I think is sticky mud. I put my waders there so I can get on those. Over here looked like an easier option to get in, but what do you think in the comments about this? Woo, that's slippery with bare feet. Look at this little archy bridge. There's a tunnel here going into the mud. Could that be a beaver dam? Or a muskrat house? Maybe. Possible. So this is the river someone came in through yesterday. Look at that on my toes. This is feeling like clay. It's like a slippery ramp. All right. Now let's see if I can get out without getting too muddy. Ooh. I'm slipping. But only my feet are mud covered. Wasn't as bad as I thought. Maybe I'll scrub myself a little and get back in. I'll help you back out. Just go for it. I would say just fall over right into it right now. You get the shock over with. The water's not cold actually if you get in real fast. There you go. The shock's over. When you get out, you're gonna feel refreshed. Let me help you out. I'm more concerned about leeches, so I'm going in fast. Snapping turtle doesn't want anything to do with you. kind of like this slippery ramp right here. It's so steep, the edge of the river. It's kind of fun. Look at that, it's like clay. It's actually hard to get off that time. It's like graphite. Yeah, it feels like graphite or something. I think I dug deeper in that time. Left me feeling greasy. It's like a slide. Oh, but I'm making this area muddy. We try getting out over here. I got some plants here for traction. Yeah, that was a little bit better. There's plants over there for traction. Stay out there for a minute. I'm gonna come in with you. All right, everyone, we just went out and tread water for about 5-10 whole minutes. Feel nice and refreshed. Made some good clouds. This is cool, this river. It goes from the edge and it drops down to 8 feet in a matter of 4 feet out. Kind of cool. Once you're out here, you can see there's holes all over the place. Maybe muskrats, that's what I'm thinking. And the water was surprisingly warm. Now we're gonna head back to the prison and sit up on the hot roof, dry all the clothes off. Only part of us that's muddy is our feet because it's with clay. Look at those blisters from wearing the big high boots so long. I think I'm gonna walk halfway back, maybe barefoot, just to dry off. I don't wanna put the boots on because then my shorts will get them all wet. I just walked a few hundred feet further down the river and this is what I wanted to see. This is where that tiny little creek that runs all along the prison comes out. And if you zoom in here, yeah, it's barely trickling. Look at that. There are times it definitely flows more, but not really. It's basically stagnant. This is a better spot for swimming if we ever come down here again. The river's low. You could actually walk quite a ways, but it is a slipping hazard. Maybe down there by the rocks, it would be a bit better. Is that waves? Or is that slight amount of current? It looks like just waves, but cool. The trail came down here to a slightly better spot. Now this is a very overgrown part of ATV trail. Look at this. Very overgrown. Here's another little view of the creek. Look how dried up that riverbed is. It flows a lot more at certain times of year. This tree is very pretty. Look at the berries. What is that? And look at this. We could have used this as a foot bath when we got out. Maybe that's why it's there. This is someone's campsite. If this was trimmed, you'd be able to see the prison, but I'm sure this was all some sort of field back in those days. Maybe it's just river watershed. Oh yeah, you can actually see the prison way up there. All right, let's get back. All right, we're back on the roof and it is about 90 degrees out. Got really hot. Doing some drying of clothes and it's so hot. We're gonna go back into the prison. It feels like air conditioning during the day. It feels like heating at night. Take a look at this room. There's a few of them that are like this. It's just covered in moss. This one's also covered in moss. So at the moment we're going through the prison, collecting metal rods and any towel or stuff that we know was made out of cotton. We're making more torches tonight. That'd be fun to wander the halls. Today was a bit breezy, windy, but it seems to already be calming down. And then we'll play an extreme game of like 1 a.m. hide and seek. Got some good things to make torches. Today's a weird day. Yesterday we had lots of visitors coming here while we were camping because it was a holiday. Today is a Tuesday and it's already 5:30 in the afternoon. Not a single person. That makes this place seem very apocalyptic, especially how we're making torches and scavenging And at this point, we're even rationing our water to make sure we have enough because we didn't expect it to get to over 90 degrees. But the inside of the building feels like air conditioning at the moment. But it'll get cold again tonight. Chilliness. Also, the wind blowing through this place. There's quite a breeze. It makes whistling sounds, and sometimes it even sounds like voices. Listen to that noise. Wow! Oh my gosh! There's so many pigeons. Wow. But look at that. The sun is about to set in the next half hour, and we're still playing hide and seek. I haven't been showing it a lot, but we've been playing on and off all day. It's really fun, and it's getting really eerie in here. It's getting dark. Some of the hallways are very, very dark. The side of the building where there's no sun, but a couple more rounds, then we're gonna wait until like midnight, and we're gonna do a few rounds when it's completely dark. But we'll all have diving lamps and headlamps on us. Diving lamps because they're very, very bright, and it'll light up a whole hallway. And if we spot anyone coming towards the building, that's time out. But we've had no company all day, which has been amazing. It makes this place feel even more apocalyptic. So I think I can use that as a step and somehow get up there and hopefully not get noticed. I'm just gonna sit in the corner. I'm not gonna lay down or anything. All right, I climbed up on this platform. That's how I got up, and still got a couple minutes to spare. There's bees everywhere. Amazingly, I haven't got stung. The last round, she was actually up there on the top. And you see this right here? I was hiding in this room, and I noticed a buzzing. I just pissed off a ton of bees. I just ripped that apart and ran.
I see you.
How did you find me?
I wanted to hide there before.
You couldn't get up?
No.
Damn, I thought this was gonna be a good one. I even had a pebble I was gonna throw out there when you started going down that hallway. All right, I gotta get down now. I think in like 10 minutes, the sun will be officially set. Behind the door. Hey, the sun's going down in like less than 10 minutes, I think. It's getting real low. Place is about to get scary. Time out until the sun goes down because this is going to be pretty. And the sun has officially set. Ooh. Another torch lit night. Going through the halls of the prison. It's chilly out tonight and even breezy, but in here, there's no wind and we're creating a good amount of heat. We just lit these torches. They'll calm down in a few minutes. We got longer torches this time, so we don't have to worry about the heat. All the smoke sticking up by the ceiling. All right, everyone. It's now late at night, and this is extreme hide and seek with torches and scary firelit hallways. All right, you got 5 minutes before I go looking for you. Ooh. Ready or not, here I come. All right, this brings hide and seek to a whole nother level. Having to use torches instead of flashlights. Oh, I heard something. What was that? Hello? Is anybody here? I'm so jumpy. Where are you? Hello? I was just here. Hello? This torch is dying, so I'm having to use my headlamp now at the same time. Oh! I did not know you were going to be in there.
I'm here.
Did not expect that. This is cool. Wait, what happened? Is that smoke this is picking up? Or is the lens just dirty? Okay. Look at this. This is so cool. We both have blue lights. And it'll go for a long time on the blue setting because it's only using a fraction of the LEDs that are actually blue. And if you... Hey, hit the lighting up button twice real fast. Look at that. Well, mine's not doing it. There we go. Trippy. What do you think of that?
That is trippy.
Police lights. And if you turn the white one on at the same time, you can still see it flashing in the background of it, which is cool. But honestly, that blue was awesome.
Red.
Yeah, that's cool. Blue and red. That looks really cool on camera. Ready to go to sleep yet?
Yeah.
Look at the flaking paint on the ceiling. That looks really trippy with this blue light. And something else cool about the blue light is, look at that. Only certain color paint shows up. Like one of those detective lights. Only the oranges seem to show up on the walls. Look at that. But if I turn the white on, you barely even notice the paint. That's so cool. See, only the orange paint is showing up on the walls. Look at that. Look in here. Orange again. That's really cool. Now this looks really creepy on the screen. Especially with the little bit of smog in the hallway. All right. Does red do anything? Probably not. Does it show different things? No, actually, red seems to hide every color graffiti except black. Like, you don't even notice that smiley face there when you're directly on it. Look at it. Look at it. It's like magic. Look. It's like a camera trick. I think the camera is like focusing in a way where it wants to hide that. But blue is like really, really cool. And do you see how it looks like, it looks really ghostly in here because there is a little bit of smog from walking around with those torches in here. The air is pretty still. It takes a little bit to clear. That is cool on the screen. Oh yeah, that's cool too. You have a red light, and look at that. My blue light's only showing up inside the rooms. That's cool. What about on this side? Yeah, same thing. I'm gonna take a picture of that. Let me try to get my shadow out of the way. That's a cool picture. Love that. Hey, look at this egg that was on the ground. Probably from the pigeons.
It's like a mini chicken egg.
And over here, look at all these papers. What do these papers have in common? I don't know. Someone glued them all to the wall and then they were spray painted over. And over here, there's actually the pigeon up here. See the pigeons? They're up there sleeping. We're gonna leave. We're gonna not bother them. We already scared them off a few times. I wonder if they're sitting on nests. All right, everyone. After some hide and seek, some fun around the prison, checking in on some pigeon friends, time to go to bed. Now let's just check the perimeter for fun. We're gonna use the really big flashlight. Boom. I love this thing because you can look across literally the entire field. If it wasn't foggy out, you'd be able to see far. That's fog you're seeing. But look, we can even look over at that little shack over there. It's so cool. You can look way in on the road. Looks across the whole field with this thing. Can light up the other building like daytime. It's one of the best exploring cameras. You can even look down there and see the creek. Compared to the measly headlamp, you can't even make out a single thing on the ground. All right, everyone. Inside the tent for the night. It's going to be a much warmer night. The breeze has completely gone away. It's nice and still after a pretty breezy day. Good night, everybody. See you in the morning. Good morning, everyone. So I'm out right now to try to get another time lapse of this fog because it seems to roll in across the whole field around this time of day. And I want to try to get a time lapse of the sun starting here, slowly getting the whole building. All right, everyone. I love watching that every morning. The fog appear, then go away, come back. Since the fog went away, the wind's been picking up again. Hopefully it doesn't get too bad. We're gonna take the tent down in about 2 hours. That sun's about to come up in 10 minutes. I wanna get a time lapse now of the sun slowly encapsulating the whole building with the camera all the way in that corner looking over here. Thought about running it down and getting the whole prison, but I'm not gonna do that because then we have to keep an eye on that camera stand out there where somebody could get to it. So right now we're waiting 2 hours before we take down the tent because it's covered in dew. Everything's wet, and if we take it down now, we'll have to set it up again at home and let it dry out so it doesn't mold. See, this is dew on everything. All the camera lights and most things are out of the tent now. This is the rest of our food ration. This is the rest of breakfast that we'll eat before heading back to the vehicle. This is the remainder of both our food rations, our water rations. I'm about to drink the rest of this and go walk around the building one more time. I'm gonna choose my energy drink right before we head out to the vehicle, where there's a lot more water. Didn't need to filter water, didn't need to boil water. Rationed it out good. Because this place has pots and pans. It has metal rods. It has soup cans. We could have made some kind of burner with that fuel in there. Some kind of cooktop could have easily been created with scavenged parts, including that thing that looked like a wood stove back there. It wasn't that heavy. If I was determined enough, I could have got it up here on some bricks. All right, here comes the sun. I think we're gonna see it in like 5 minutes start poking itself out. Check it out, everyone. Look at this. A green tree frog we just found.
I saw this at the last one time.
I'm filming. Green tree frog. Took it out of the basement and gonna put it out here somewhere. All right, everyone. It's almost noon and we're getting ready to pack up. We gave it a few hours of sunlight to completely dry out the tent, but this tent is so nasty over the past couple camps. We just stuffed it in the bags and we're gonna have to put it through the laundry machine. Packing it up, the tent has some kind of soot all over it. We don't know if it's from these rocks or blowing around. The inside of the tent also stunk from our breath, eating a lot of clams over the past couple days, and it causing a residue of moisture inside the tent. It's nasty. And we'll leave those apples up here. They're starting to rot, even the funny one that's shaped like a butt. We'll leave the bricks up here. Some kid will probably throw them off the roof, but that was helpful a lot for securing the tent. Everything's packed up. We're a lot lighter. All the food and water weight is gone. And I found a cool like little cinder block in the basement we can use as a reptile cave or a crayfish cave. We took one brick that was in the basement that was pretty nicely intact. Most of them down in that storage room stockpile were actually broken. They looked intact, but when you picked them up, they fell apart like if you leave a clay flower pot out in the winter. The moisture expands from the inside, just crumbling them. But I think we're all ready to pack up and leave. One more piece of garbage. Got my energy drink. I'm gonna have this on the hike back once we get downstairs. This was probably the most fun camp I ever did. All right, time to get out of here. All right, everyone, I just wanted to show you how tight the staircase is. That's why I personally choose not to put my tarps and things the wide way. Down here it scrapes against the door jambs and stuff. All right, everyone, time to get on out of here. All right, everyone, just about out of the prison. We're all set. Time to start going. About an 80-minute walk back to the truck. All right, everyone, we ate everything but one container of clams. After eating like a dozen of those things this week, I'm over it. I'm got tired of the clams, but we left our final clam container right here. See it? Dangling from that string. Maybe another explorer will find it. Or maybe it'll burst open if it freezes in the winter. Time to get on out of here. Just stopped in a nice shaded spot of the trail for some bug spray, take a little break. The only part of me at the moment that's sore is the bottoms of my feet. I had other soreness yesterday, but I kind of worked through it. I don't know how many miles I must have walked in that place each day, but I know that probably every hour of daylight I did a round around that building or something like that. So, probably walked at least a dozen miles in the building alone over those couple of days, especially playing hide and seek in there. Got a good workout. Now the heavy pack on the way back is hurting my feet, but that's just about it. It's beautiful out here, all the grass. The day in was a breeze getting here. The temperature was cold. Your heavy pack is making a lot of heat. So that's okay, it evens itself out. But right now, it's close to 90 degrees this afternoon and very sweaty ride back. On the way here, we walked around this washout because it ain't much, but maybe we can walk up here this time. Just got to be careful. Honestly, I'm not going to do that with a 50-pound pack. I'm afraid of falling there, actually. I want to go around again. Here comes a helicopter. Look at that. Look up there. Beaver pond after beaver pond. This is the stream that goes to the prison. So cool. Beaver ponds are heavy, pushing into the aquifer. So the more beaver dams there are, more ponds, more water is lost, getting absorbed into the soil. If the beaver ponds weren't there, there'd be a bit more of a trickle going by the prison. But it's good for the surrounding forest, the beavers. Look at this friendly squirrel with a nut. Not even afraid of me. Trying to get some still shots. No, that's not a nut. It's eating a pine cone. I'm zoomed in a bit, but not even afraid of me. Look at that. We're less than 4 feet face to face. Cool. Hey, look at this. One of the other explorers, since we were there the past couple days, put the butt cushion up in a tree. All right, everyone. Right now we're walking through a very flooded section. I got a good night's sleep last night. It was a bit warmer. 2 nights ago at the prison was a tough one. It got down into the 40s for temperature, and a hoodie was not enough, even though there was no wind. But I slept good last night. But just being on my feet literally all day for 3 days, going there, staying there a couple days, it was tough being on my feet like that. I'm not used to it, walking so much like that in one day. Got a good workout though. That was a lot of fun. Patrolling that prison at all hours of the night, day. Another mud hole. I love walking through this water. It's a lot of fun. There's so many frogs and fish trapped in this pool. Perfect opportunity for birds. See that little trickle? That's basically all that was trickling by the prison. This is the same trickling stream that is going by the prison. I'm sure it's picking up more water along the way. Definitely. There used to be a culvert pipe here somewhere, but who knows where. It's far beneath all this beaver debris now. Look at this. We didn't walk by the section yet, but there's a constant stinky gas bubbles coming up. Look at that. Look at that. Hey, you got a lighter? Hey, that is very fresh bear poop right there with corn in it. So, the bear was here probably in the last day. There's active bears out here. But black bears usually don't want to mess with humans. They'll probably be gone before you even spot them, unless it's a long straightaway. Right here we got some pretty water lilies opening up. We're walking through the second swamp, which means we're halfway back. So I've been looking around in the mud for the bear tracks, and there's moose tracks here in the mud. I see lots of coyote tracks, but I don't see the bear at the moment. Maybe the bear's not sticking to the trail exactly. All right, everyone, this is the last shady spot on the trail. We're 3/4 of the way back to the truck, and this is the last spot to get shade. I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break. Ooh. I'm starting to ache a little bit. Just gonna sit down for a few minutes. You wanna sit down too?
Yeah.
Just need a little breather because the rest of this trail is all in the sun the next 20 minutes or so. Then we'll be back to the truck and have unlimited water. All right, everyone, we're getting close. We can see the train. Look at that. We missed it by like 10 minutes. Oh, is that the end of it? It was a car hauler full of automobiles shipping new cars from the ports into the country. Or if you're traveling across the country by airplane, usually your vehicle, you can ship it on train. It'll get there a couple days after. All right, everyone. 5 minutes back to the truck. My legs are about to give out. And look at this. The beavers were busy. It's been over a day since anyone else has gone to the prison. Beavers were busy. Look at that. They rebuilt a bit of dam, making us a nice, easy place to cross, because that water's like 2 feet deep. Look at that. The beavers were busy when we were gone. All right, about to cross the railroad tracks back to the parking lot. Look at all the marks right here of ATVs spinning their wheels, going over the tracks. The lights are red down there. No train coming from that direction. Get across, and the other signal tower down this direction is also red. This is a siding, so one train can pass another, but we've yet to see it in use. And thank God the truck's still there. In the back of my head, I was worried it might get towed because it was here for 3 nights. All right, on our way out of here. I was looking at the satellite map a little bit when I had a slight signal, and we're gonna try a different road where we might actually be able to get to that abandoned reservoir I mentioned. It's making noise back there. It's a very bumpy road. The mud actually dried up a little more in the past couple days. The truck feels so smooth right now over this stuff. All right, everyone. The satellite images told me to go down this road we haven't tried yet to go to the abandoned reservoir. And this abandoned reservoir is actually over capacity of the markers I see of where it's designed to be filled. And yeah, it's overgrown, but I'm gonna have to go to the dam. I want to see the spillway. I'm gonna have to turn around in a minute, but I'm curious to see where this goes. Maybe it goes in a circle. I don't know. Yeah, this road goes to a dead end, but it's a good view of the reservoir. Look at that. You can see trees and bushes in the water. That thing is over capacity a bit. But I bet that had to do with irrigating the fields back when this was all farmland run by that prison. And I can't really tell by the lay of the land, but this might be the same stream that goes by the prison. If it is, it goes under the train tracks and it also collects the water of that beaver flood we had to walk over, and it might find its way around that hill that we hike over. It might be the same water. But I want to stop up here and walk across the dam real quick. It'll only take 5 minutes. This road's fun because there's no abrupt potholes or anything. They're all pretty smooth, and it looked like someone's hunting blind is right there. Someone was probably hunting ducks, geese, something like that. We saw hunters over here the other day hunting something. I'm gonna pull over here off to the side for a moment. All right, the dam is pretty grown in, but there's a little bit of a trail. Still got the big high boots on. There used to be a fence going across here because they didn't want people going here. Very overgrown, not much of a trail at all. But yeah, in the spring, this was like half the water there is now. But I bet you beavers have something to do with this. Satellite images, I don't know how old they are, but it showed this thing empty. It's abandoned. The whole property is abandoned. It shouldn't be full. I don't know how deep this is. I don't know how tall this dam is. If the lay of the land goes through like this, it might only be 5 feet. We don't know. I want to see how deep the spillway is up here. But if this dam was ever to break, which it still looks pretty strong, I don't see any washouts, it could potentially wash out the railroad tracks. I don't know what kind of culvert they have, if it would put up with this breaking or not. But it's a cool place to come and see. I gotta be careful. There's a bunch of holes in the dam. Oh, you know what it might be? And that might become the demise of it. Who knows? I think there's muskrat tunnels and stuff here. Yeah, see some random holes. I'm just trying to get up here to this, which I'm sure is where the spillway is. You see, I'm sure the water's not supposed to be half a foot away from going over the top. Overcapacity. Maybe that's what the holes are. Maybe it got up and it eroded a bit. That could be it. I'm just thinking muskrats because of the holes we saw by the river. 100% this is where water was going over. This is ruts from the dam washing out. Just like a sandcastle. Potentially, if there's enough water, that could erode and drain the whole thing. Beavers might repair it. That's the road at the beginning of the video I was showing. We were here on our way in. Look at that, we got beaver evidence. Look at that big lodge over there where they live. And we're finally here to the expected spillway. Look at this, beavers have made repairs here. All right, we're here after tripping on ruts for the dozenth time. All right, pretty primitive. It looks like just a rocky spillway. Goes up and over. I'm sure there's a discharge or drain somewhere, but good luck finding it. And this is definitely a beaver dam like I thought. A couple years in the making. Doesn't look too fresh. So what I'm thinking is maybe it's just not a very watertight dam. I hear water trickling under these rocks, so that might be why it's sometimes not full. I'm walking a little further because this looks like it has washed out before also. But cool. Nice reservoir. Pretty good shape actually. I was expecting to find worse. I expected to find an actual spillway. All right, everyone, we're on our way out, and the past couple days being hot, these mud holes have dried up. It got a little bit drier out here. So it was cool to go see that reservoir. Looks like it's in pretty good shape. The beavers are maintaining it. I'm sure it has some sort of discharge, but the grass is so high, I probably wouldn't find it if I went looking for it. It probably has a smaller pipe, it being so old. just about everything. This is the one hole here that's still retaining over a foot of water. Yeah, this one's still pretty deep. Whoa. And this part of the road here is actually kind of fun. Look, it's gonna be like a roller coaster. Look at the hood of the truck as we go up and down over everything. This part of the road is fun to drive over fast. Nothing too abrupt that'll break the springs. Just kind of bouncy. I think that deeper flood back there is the water coming from the reservoir. I think the culvert is plugged somewhere. Ooh, bumpy ride. This is fun. Yeah, this mud's a lot drier than it was on the way in. Right, this one's still a little sticky. We're gonna probably hear that getting thrown up by the tires. Not really. This one here was very sticky. It has dried up. Now the road's gonna get a little better. Now we're in the area where those free campsites are. We're making a dust cloud. Now we're gonna get to the area where I don't want to drive fast, the rocky area. It's my least favorite part, coming right up here. All right, we'll be back to the pavement in about a half hour or so. This is my least favorite part of the road. Going over all these jagged rocks. It's like going over a horrible cobblestone road. It looks like all the campers are still here. There's some big potholes. During the rainy season, this is a fun one to go through. That little beepy here is the alarm system on the truck. Thinks someone crashed into me or something because I hit the bump too hard. Potholes galore. Woohoo. Fun ride. And I think the road actually starts improving now. It'll slightly get better and better on our way back into town. This spot's pretty. Alright, here we go. Finally, back on the pavement. Alright everyone, I hope today's video was interesting. Thanks for watching, and have a great day. Alright everyone, right here is a broken brick from the prison basement I found, and maybe it'll be a good cave for the pet crayfish. We gotta let him get used to it, see if he uses it. Oh, look at that. It looks like he likes it if you try to scare him a little. He goes right in there now. And after a couple days later, he actually prefers this cave over the much darker cave back there. I'm surprised. Hey everyone. Thank you for watching this really long video. This is the longest video I've ever made. People have been begging me to do a multi-day camp and a really long camping video. People seem to enjoy my longer camps. And if you enjoyed this video, leave in the comments. Thank you for reaching the end. I would like to show you a little bit of the complex via satellite. So I'm currently using my Google satellite with a screen recorder, and I have it available so you can see where I'm touching on the screen. So right here on the roof of the prison, the dangerous part I mentioned, you see right here, that is definitely sitting water when it rains a lot. That part of the roof is dangerous. Over here, not so much, but still not a good area to even be on top. The rest of the prison's roof is very strong. It has a much better structure. On top of the gym auditorium, that area there, it has a steel trussing system with thin concrete. It is a good roofing system, but not being abandoned this long. The rest of the building has reinforced concrete, which is some areas above the cell blocks in front of the building about 6 inches. Over the boiler room has like 14-inch concrete for some reason, but the boiler room was over here. There's the sewage treatment building there. You see lots of ATV trails going around the complex, which is cool. Don't know what this abandoned thing is there, but we walked and showed it. Don't know what this is either. Over here is that radio tower looking thing. This abandoned vehicle is no longer there. Actually, is that the truck? Did they move it? Yeah, it looks like somebody somehow moved that abandoned pickup truck. Yeah, it's not a second vehicle after all. And the stream, it looks like at one point had a little bridge there. That's what I was looking for at that point. You see the stream looks like it's running heavier. Yeah, we wouldn't want to use that stream because it's coming from beaver ponds upstream. I'll show that in a moment. It looks like here was a basketball court or something at some point. I walked to it, but I didn't even show it in the video because there's nothing even there when you walk to it. Right here looks like there could have been a barn or something. Another foundation here. A little disturbance there. In these trees is a building that still exists. Right here is parts of an abandoned barn. It wasn't even worth showing. There's nothing even there anymore. This satellite image is old. Everything you're seeing there is wood framing, completely rotten. If we go over here, there's more areas where barns would have been because this was a farm camp. There's barely anything there. There's this old satellite images. All you see is a little bit of concrete. Didn't even bother showing it in the video. Now something interesting is we're back to the stream. From the prison, I thought it was a beaver dam, but 100% they took excavators here and opened this up. Can you see what that is? There's another dam. There was a big reservoir here right above the prison, which is actually super cool. There was a whole nother reservoir, just like that reservoir I was showing you earlier, which is further away from the building. But this is a big property. I mentioned it's for sale, which it is. It's actually 100 grand more than I said in the video. I was using the wrong source, I guess. And also the 30,000 acre property is not for sale. They're only selling the prison with a 273,000 for some reason, or 237, something like that. Much smaller, so you probably only get this field surrounding it. Here's the little creek, does a few twists and turns. There's the overhead of the well building. You see it looked a lot bigger in person. The back area right here doesn't even seem to exist anymore. It's so overgrown. The roof is definitely more collapsed in person now. Over here, we wonder if this used to be something. Doesn't that look a little bit squared off, that swamp? But this is where we went swimming. Pretty cool. The river's a lot higher in this footage, you can tell. Backing up into the stream bed. This right here looks like another beaver dam. Now, if we follow this stream far away from the prison, I'm done showing you the prison complex. This is a rocky area. This is all mountain right here in this area. That's why the road takes that big twist. But if we follow this right here, this little beaver stream gets a lot of its water up here. There's more beaver dams. See that? More beaver ponds up in there. But the stream, part of it does branch off. You see, right here, a really small portion of it. So the majority of the water in the stream, despite how low it's flowing, is coming from a direction we didn't hike. This little teeny stream right here is what's going to all the beaver ponds along the trail. Yep, here's the trail in. Here's all the beaver ponds we passed on the way into the prison. Takes about an hour and a half if you're hiking with a lot of sacks. If you're not carrying anything, maybe do it in about an hour if you're speed walking on the trail. Mostly flat, a few hills, lots of floods. There's the flood there. There's the railroad track, likely a train that was stopped in the siding. This is the parking lot here we had to use. The ATV trail goes right through without any interruption. And if we eventually keep on going, where is it? There's the other abandoned reservoir. Oh, look, there is actually a culvert pipe there. Wow, there is a spillway. Look at all that. So it looks like that part with all the rocks, maybe they repaired it after it broke, even though it's abandoned. I don't even see the rocky spillway I just showed you guys, but that is a culvert, completely overgrown on this side, didn't see it. Over here, completely underwater, or maybe because I'm not seeing the spillway, maybe it completely washed out and they came in with a dump truck just to save it for some reason. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking this culvert is just completely gone. But the issue is if this dam ever breaks, because look at it now. It's now all the way over here, completely filled with water. That's dangerous to have an abandoned dam with that much water. Especially, you see, we drove through its flood, and it eventually reaches the railroad tracks, and I don't think that culvert would be able to handle it. I don't know if it would break at once. It would likely fail in one spot with a bunch of erosion starting. It's not that deep. Maybe it would break really slowly. Maybe it wouldn't damage the railroad tracks, but that's definitely something to think about. And that water here is unassociated. That's not going to the prison. 100% not going to the prison. Here's another building that no longer exists. At the beginning of the video, I took you into this gravel pit. Nothing there anymore. But this was a super interesting complex, and it's a known complex, currently open to the public. And yeah, that was really cool. Can't believe there's no trespassing signs or anything. They discourage people taking ATVs, but it appears the hiking trail is open because we didn't see any signs saying it couldn't be done. According to the internet, the building's open 24 hours a day as a tourist attraction. Thanks for watching, everybody, and have a great day.